Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join us at the forum today. Once again, simultaneous interpretation is provided in the forum. For English, please select channel 2. For Japanese, please select channel 3. Our event will begin in 5 minutes. Please kindly get ready, take your seats, and set your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you. 各位来宾，大家早安。今天的论坛同样的有提供同步口译的服务。如果需要聆听口译的来宾，请到场外借取同步口译接收器。聆听中文，请选频道1。我们的论坛将在几分钟后开始，邀请您准备就座，并且记得先将手机转为静音模式。谢谢您的配合。 各位来宾，大家早安！欢迎莅临由海洋委员会所主办的2026台湾海洋国际论坛。我们今天呢，进入到了是第2天的议程。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to join us at Day 2 of the 2026 Taiwan International Ocean Forum. 今天呢，论坛的主轴是迈向未来海洋愿景。我们要来看的是未来的挑战和机遇，将会延续第1天的精彩交流，邀请到不同国家的还有专业领域的讲者来分享国际的视野跟实务上面的经验。The theme of today's forum is moving toward future ocean landscape. We're going to look at the challenges and opportunities ahead. And we will continue our dialogue with distinguished speakers from around the world, sharing global perspectives and practical insights for future development. 今天呢，论坛一开始，我们首先要进行的是第5场的专题演讲。为大家邀请到的讲者是图瓦鲁总理办公室的副总裁 Sammy Malaki。We will begin today's forum with the 5th keynote speech. And please welcome our speaker, Mr. Sammy Malaki, Deputy Secretary of Tuvalu's Prime Minister Office. Welcome.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, representatives of partner governments and institutions, ladies and gentlemen, 大家好. It is an honor to join you at this Taiwan International Ocean Forum. On behalf of the government and the people of Tuvalu, I extend warm greetings and sincere appreciations to the organizers for convening this important dialogue on our shared ocean future. In light of recent developments in our region, including the missile activities undertaken by China in the Pacific, Tuvalu remains deeply concerned about actions that increase insecurity and place our ocean at future risk. However, rather than dwell on geopolitical tensions, I wish to shift our focus to what is truly at stake, the life within our ocean, the fisheries, the biodiversities, the ecosystems, and the cultural heritage that sustain our people in Tuvalu. Tuvalu is a nation of only 26 square kilometers of land, set within an exclusive economic zone exceeding 750,000 square kilometers. By every definition, Tuvalu is a large ocean state. Our ocean is not merely a resource, it is the foundation of our identity, our culture, and our economy and our sovereignty. Yet, our reality is deeply challenging. Scientific projections indicate that by 2050, more than half of Tuvalu's land territory may be regularly inundated by tidal surges. For Tuvalu, the ocean is both a source of life and a front line of existential vulnerability. As custodians of the Pacific Ocean, Tuvalu reaffirms its enduring commitment to conserve the sustainability use the oceans, seas, and marine resources. In June this year, on World Ocean Day, Tuvalu launched its first ever national ocean policy, a milestone that strengthened our commitments under SDG 14 and reinforces our responsibility to safeguard a healthy ocean future generations. Today, I wish to reflect on Tuvalu's ocean journey, the leadership milestones that have shaped our governance, and the vision that will guide our ocean future. For generations, Tuvalu have relied on the ocean for food, culture, livelihoods, and identity. Long before modern institutions existed, our communities practice stewardship through customary knowledge and traditional government system. Over time, Tuvalu has strengthened its leadership in ocean governance. Our ratification of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea affirmed our commitment to a rule-based international ocean order. The Tuvalu Maritime Zones Act fortified our legal framework and protected our maritime rights. Through Tekete, our National Sustainable Development Strategy, we recognize resilience and sustainable development as foundations of our future. Tuvalu has become a global voice on maritime sovereignty and statehood continuity in the face of climate change and sea level rise. And most recently, Tuvalu ratified the BBNJ agreement, demonstrating our commitment to global ocean governance. The launch of the Tuvalu National Ocean Policy is the next milestone in this journey. It brings together our tradition, national priorities, and international commitments into a single framework for managing and protecting our ocean. As I mentioned earlier, the ocean is central to Tuvalu's identity, well-being, and future. It supports our food security, livelihoods, economy, and sovereignty, yet we face growing pressures from climate change, sea level rise, and increasing demands on marine resources. The policy provides Tuvalu's first integrated framework to guide how we manage, protect, and benefit from our ocean. The vision of our national ocean policy is simple and yet ambitious. A sovereign and resilient Tuvalu, sustained by a healthy ocean, guided by our traditions, strengthened by our stewardship, and entrusted to future generations. This vision reflects our aspirations for a future where Tuvalu's sovereignty, resilience, and cultural heritage are sustained by a healthy and well-governed ocean. The policy adopts a whole of government and whole of society approach. It brings together all ocean-related sectors under a single framework, from fisheries and biodiversity to climate resilience, maritime transport, and marine spatial planning. It recognizes that effective ocean governance requires coordination, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The policy identifies 10 strategic areas that emerge from national consultations. These areas strengthen governance, respond to climate change, support sustainable fisheries, protect biodiversity, advance ocean planning, reinforce traditional stewardship, and safeguard sovereignty. At this stage, the policy sets the direction of travel. The next phase will translate these directions into concrete actions through implementation planning. While the policy establishes the vision and priorities, important work lies ahead. In the coming months, Tuvalu will continue consultation to develop a detailed implementation plan. Our immediate priority is strengthening the governance foundation needed for implementation, systems, processes, institutional arrangements, coordination mechanisms, and monitoring frameworks. Once these foundations are in place, we will move toward implementing priority actions across all strategy areas. This phased approach ensures that implementation is practical, coordinated, and sustainable. Successful implementation will require collective effort. Government, our local government, Kaupule communities, women, youth, civil society, and partners all have essential roles. Our consultations reminded us that ocean stewardship is a shared responsibility. The future of Tuvalu and the future of its ocean depend on our continued partnership. While much work remains, the policy provides a clear direction for Tuvalu's ocean's future. Through continued partnership and commitment, we can build a healthy, resilient, and prosperous ocean for generations to come. If destructive activities in the Pacific continue, it is not only Tuvalu that will suffer, but the shared ocean that all Pacific nations depend upon. Our message is simple. Safeguarding peace in the Pacific must go hand in hand with safeguarding the ocean itself. In closing, the Tuvalu National Ocean Policy is an important step forward in strengthening ocean governance in Tuvalu. And through this policy, Tuvalu continues its leadership on global issues, the permanence of maritime boundaries, the continuity of statehood despite sea level rise, and the urgent need for ambitious climate and ocean action. By strengthening governance at home and deepening cooperation across the Blue Pacific, we honor our responsibility to protect the ocean, the lifeblood of our people, our culture, and our future generations. And thank you very much.
谢谢. Thank you very much to Mr. Malaki for your informative and explicit keynote speech. Thank you. 接下来呢，我们要进入到第3个场次。这个场次要和大家来探讨的是海洋韧性和永续发展。And now moving on to session 3, where we will be focusing on ocean resilience for sustainable development. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Lin Zilun, Deputy Executive Director of the Office for Energy and Carbon Reduction at Taiwan's Executive Yuan. 首先呢，让我们欢迎本场的主持人，行政院能源及减碳办公室林子伦副执行长。紧接着呢，邀请本场的语坛人来到台上入座。Let's invite our panelists to also take a seat on the stage. Please welcome Professor Huang Xiangwen from National Taiwan Ocean University, Professor Yinglong Joseph Zhang from Virginia Institute of Marine Science, Ms. Jenna Lindick Havenrich, Director of Pacific Connect at Yokosuka Council on Asia-Pacific Studies, Dr. Arnab Das, Founder and Director of India's Maritime Research Center, Dr. Sunil Kumar Agarwal, Executive Council Member of Indian Society of International Law, and Mr. Sharon Ehrlichman, CTO of the Israeli National Center of Blue Economy. Thank you. Let's now hand the floor to our moderator, Dr. Lin.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's panel discussion on the ocean resilience and sustainable development. My name is Zilun Lin, and it's my honor to serve as the moderator for this morning's sections. So as we look forward to the future, just like the keynote, Mr. Malaki just said this, I think ocean not just said as a kind of foundation of sustainable development. In the case of Tuvalu, it's just identity, sovereignty, and I think it's quite well said. It's a sustainable development. So today's the ocean is not just a victim of climate change. It's also one of the greatest solutions. So just like you say, it's also not regulating climate change, sustainable billions of livelihood. Is a release and ocean is the very foundation of sustainable development. So, however, our oceans are currently facing a very unprecedented challenge, including climate change and overfishing, acidification, pollution. So, building ocean resilience become no longer is a choice; it's an urgent necessity. I think this is the issue we are going to address by this panel. So today we are joined by an extraordinary panel of experts, innovators, leaders, policymakers who are working on the forefront of the marine conservation policy, and sustainable blue economies. Together, we'll explore how to protect our marine ecosystem while driving sustainable development. So now it's a pleasure, I think, because time is very limited. So we'll start probably 8 to 10 minutes by each panelist to share your view on the ocean resilience and for sustainable development. Then we'll open the discussion and dive into the discussion. So let me, please join me to welcome the first speaker is also the Deputy Minister of, the former Deputy Minister of Ocean Affairs, General Professor Huang Xiangwen, to share your views. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Julia Huang Xiangwen from National Taiwan Ocean University, but also working for government for some time. So here is my great honor today to share you about Taiwan's mechanism to respond to climate change issue and other event. I think when we go outside, it's very hot, but you also notice there's a typhoon approaching Taiwan in Pacific Ocean. So hope our foreign friend already arranged your flights back home. And this show you have a chance to experience the typhoon in the following days, and also can witness the Taiwan's mechanism to respond to the event. So I think I will start from some historical event past we experienced to further consider how we strengthen our monitoring and the response system. And furthermore, how can we make more to precautionary or prevent in the futures? If we go back to year 2009, there's a very serious event. There is a Typhoon Molake. Because of heavy rain, historical heavy rain, it caused very serious damage in southern Taiwan, and it's still a very painful memory to us. And not only to the high heat, but also in the ocean, there's a cold event. So in year 2008, there in Penghu, there is a we call Hanhai, caused a lot damage to the marine life and the fisheries damage, including economic loss. So from the previous event, and also in recent years, there are more and more typhoons. And every time, we will worry about maybe there's some large oil tanker or cargo might be grounded in our coast to make potential oil spill and damage our marine ecosystem. So for all of this event, we need to take actions and precautionary. So for the monitoring system, we have a very good administration. We call the Central Weather Administrations. In the past year, they have a very comprehensive monitoring systems. And they also cooperate with NOAA in the United States for many weather forecast models. You can see from the video or TV, there's a very accurate monitoring or forecast about the typhoon will come in. And in recent years, they also include the supercomputer and the AI as well, try to accurately monitor the possible weather event and even the rainfall. So we'll provide scientific base to take action. So after the monitoring system, the response system will be important. For the past year, we have a law called Disaster Prevention and Protection Act. Under the act, there's a very comprehensive plan. So you will see the Ministry of Interior will, I think, will be very quickly to establish a central emergency operations center. In the center, all the related ministries will join to work together. So for example, the Ministry of Interior will handle the overall defense and the control and the information sharing. And for the Ministry of Transportation, they will manage the coordination of the land, sea, and the air transportation and the emergency repair for if there's any damage about the highway or railway or airport. And also our Ministry of National Defense, they will deploy rescue equipment and fully support the local government if necessary. And for our Ocean Affairs Council, and especially Coast Guard, they will be in the front line. They will stop people to go to the beach and also rescue the life if necessary. So overall, there's a very comprehensive network to monitoring the situation and try to rescue evacuation if necessary. So under the monitoring and the response system, is it enough? Maybe enough for now and for the short term, but how about the long term? How about the climate change threat? So in 2021, our government already announced there would be the net zero by 2050. And furthermore, we revised our act regarding we renamed it to Climate Change Response Act. Under the EPA, there's a plan to overall try to mitigate the impact. So there's two major things for ocean we can do. The first one about the green energy or blue energy. The Taiwan Strait is a great place for offshore wind farm. So we start offshore wind farm maybe more than 10 years ago, and now there's a quite capacity, and still continue, even try to using the floating format. This one already implemented. And the other one about the current. Our National Academy for Marine Research also explored the possibility for current energy in east of Taiwan, especially there's a Kuroshima current in Taiwan, still under test, and hope they will be successful very quickly. How about the blue carbon? We're talking about the nature-based solutions. So there are blue carbon, green carbon, or yellow carbon. And in Taiwan, we already explore or estimate the possible potential for blue carbon for mangrove, for seagrass, and marsh salt. So, and the methodology also adopted the last years. So now we're going to cooperation between government, private sector, and the corporate. Now there are many, in recent years, there are more and more companies invest in the nature-based solution. In the past, maybe they land trees on land, but now they look to the ocean. They are not only trying to invest in the blue carbon, mangrove, seagrass, but also try to restoration for coral reef and even the cleanup for marine debris. So I think overall that would be a good example for cooperation between private sector and the government, and especially for the research institute. And the next point I would like to mention is about international cooperation. Like I mentioned, that our CWA already cooperated with NOAA regarding the forecast and the monitoring for the ocean environment. And our OAC, the NAMR, also signed a MOU with the Indian government for monitoring about the ocean environment. And when we're talking about the blue carbon, as a matter of fact, we don't have so many places to plan the blue carbon. So maybe the cooperation with other countries like Indonesia or other countries have more place for improve the situation. So I think overall there are many ways for the cooperation in the ocean conservation and the protections. And through the platform, I hope there will be more possibility could be discussed in the future. So in conclusion, I think oceans are connected with all together. The solution could only done by one or some country, but all together. So I hope through the platform, we can cooperate with all the other countries in Asia, Indo-Pacific Ocean, then to achieve the ocean sustainability for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Huang. Just highlight the development of Taiwan over the past few years on the ocean affairs. I think especially you highlight the marine conservation, also your expertise on this issue. And also this one, the achievement over the past few years offshore wind, you just mentioned. We have already built up 500 wind turbines now in Taiwan Strait, and over very close to 5 gigawatts. Now it become the fifth largest in the world. So this is also one of the green economy or blue economy in this area. So next I'll move to the panelists is ocean expertise on the Professor Inlong Joseph Wang. He will talk about some ocean disaster and some model. So welcome.
me? Great. All right, so, oops. Okay, so I think Professor Huang set a perfect stage for my talk because I'm going to elaborate on many elements he just mentioned, but this time I'm going to put in the context of what we are doing. So I'm Joseph Zhang. I'm a professor at College of Mary Mary. So I direct the center called the Commonwealth Center for Excellence for Environmental Forecasting. I'm also associated with the Center for Coastal Resource Management. So I consider myself a tool builder. Okay, so I work with agencies around the world to help them implement, develop, and refine the forecast, systems around the world. So for the forecast system, I'm talking about the 3D very high resolution forecast systems. Okay, so I think most of the people here recognize the importance of this kind of forecast, right? Untimely forecast. So the forecast is a great integrator for the observation. So right now we are really inundated with all sorts of observation, new types of observation from satellite, from the in-situ instrument, from glider, etc. But you cannot observe the future, right? So that's where the forecast model comes in. Okay, so we provide the prediction, either near-term prediction or the long-term predictions. For example, the incoming typhoon, right? So that's a near-term prediction. So I've been working with many agencies around the world, and in my own experience, so one of the most challenging things is really working with agencies like the military, U.S. military, right? So they really set a very high bar for this kind of on-time, on-target forecast. Okay, the failure is not an option. Okay, so, and their slogan is anytime, anywhere, relocatable. Okay, so, and also, for the ocean, the processes can be very complex, much more complex than the atmospheric processes, right? Because the scale, the spatial and temporal scales are very orders of magnitude, 7 orders of magnitude, very easy, from meter scale all the way to the thousands of kilometers. So the forecast must be able to capture this. So that's the vision we had 26 years ago when we started all this exercise. So I put a picture here, showing all the fish migration paths, right, so across. So this is a great illustration of, lots of processes, lots of phenomena we care about. We really don't care about the jurisdiction boundaries or international borders for that matter, right? So, so we want to build this kind of systems really just seamless across all those scales and able to predict predict any localities of interest. Okay, so and I'm a tool builder, so I develop models, but the model development is very time consuming. But I think 26 years ago we started with a very different angle. Lots of model developed by other groups. They started with what they can offer. Okay, they started from what they think is a very good idea, and they love this idea, stick to this idea. And if you ask them for product, they will tell you, oh yeah, here's what we can offer. And you say, oh no, this is not what we want. They say, well, okay, good luck. Okay, so what we decided is a very different route. We actually actively incorporate working with the stakeholders. Listen to them. We're better listener. Okay, so because of that, we actually go back to the drawing board multiple times and say, here's the needs. What can we do to develop what kind of tool we can develop to address those needs head on? Okay, so that's our approach, and I think this really makes what we do very different from many other groups. So I'll start from a place close to Taiwan. So we just finished a 5-year collaborative project with the Korean Coast Guard. Okay, so, and we help them develop a very high resolution relocatable forecasting system for Korean waters. And they like to boast, and they are, one of the ultimate goal for this forecast system is really to do search and rescue, right? The Korean Coast Guard like to boast, and they have one of the most challenging environment to work on. So having heard others talk yesterday, I think the Taiwan Coast Guard have an even more challenging task. Okay. So yeah, I just want to carbon back to what I said about the on time, on target. Okay, so for the forecasting systems, it just absolutely cannot fail, right? So you want to shoot for the 100% success rate. Okay, so that's something we were able to achieve in the last year. So closer to Taiwan now, Professor Huang mentioned the Central Weather Administration. So I've been working with them for almost 15 years now. So, and we help them build the forecast around the Taiwan waters, starting from a smaller domain and going to the larger domain. And now recently we added the data simulations. Again, we basically integrate all sorts of observation and forecasting product and produce the very high resolution forecast for the Taiwan waters. So this is the most recent version. So it covers Taiwan all the way to Japan with very high resolution near Taiwan. Okay, so on the inset on the lower left, you can see this is a highly resolved Kaohsiung Harbor. Okay, so the Central Weather Administration asks us to really pay attention to this kind of places where they really need information on. Okay, so going back to the US now, so we've been working with NOAA on some next generation forecasts. So far we developed 2 ocean basin scale forecasts, one for the Atlantic, so shown here, which covers East Coast and the Gulf Coast. And the other one is the Pacific, which I will show next slide. So one of the unique thing about this, not just this size of the domain, but this is actually the world's first integrated forecast. So we call it compound flood forecast. So we actually resolve all those river streams and all the river inflows and produce the very high resolution forecast, meter scale. And this is closer to Taiwan now. And the previous Atlantic went into operation January 2023, and this Pacific went into operation, the last month. Okay, so and for this project was funded by, partially funded by the U.S. State Department. So they are very interested in having a forecast information for their overseas missions and also regions of strategic interest, including the South China Sea and East China Sea and Taiwan. Okay. So how much time do I have? Not much. 5 minutes. Okay, great, that's good. So I just want to give you some specific examples. What can we do, with those type of forecasts, right? So first case is a search and rescue in Korean waters. So these dots show basically about 34,000 incidents. I can see that most of the incidents actually happen, 77% of the incidents actually happen 5 kilometers over the shoreline. So that's where the things get very, very complex because of geometry constraints. Okay, so in the case of Korea, they have lots of islands as well. So the current system is pretty complex. And this is a zoom in there, one of the western regions with very high currents, and the cross on the right panel show the location of incidents, and the color here shows all those kind of funny, very complex current systems and very strong current systems. So you really need this kind of a very, very detailed representation of the coastal structures. Okay, so this is the port of Busan Harbor, so they came up with. Okay. So closer to Taiwan, okay, so Dr. Chiming here, so he actually take the forecast product and basically develop this kind of downstream use, right? So in this case, the goal is to really have a real-time oil spill response system for entire Taiwan. Okay, so and we use this satellite imagery to initialize the forecast and use satellite imagery to validate the forecast, etc. So quite interesting application here. And the third one is the SAROPS operational system for US Coast Guard. So Coast Guard have incorporated 2 Stop 3D forecast Atlantic and Pacific into the SAROPS systems and continuously testing for the events. So those two pictures I just randomly pick. So one for Atlantic near Florida, another one is in the middle of a Pacific Ocean in atolls. Okay, so where you can see complex systems there. So so they are very happy. That this is the only forecast they have that actually represent those kind of small tiny atolls. Okay. So lastly, I just end up with the what you can do with this type of next generation forecast. Okay, so we talking about the resilience and the ecosystem blue economy here. So in our center, I collaborate with lots of colleagues to really take this kind of forecast systems and apply them to forecast the ecosystem in the mid-term, in the long term. Okay, so for sea level rise, for example, for the wetland restoration, the marsh migrations, and the blue carbon. So I provided the QR code, so you can scan, you can find. So in hindsight, I probably should have prepared slides for them. But so one of the ecosystem forecasting system for we develop for EPA is going to go online pretty soon. Okay, so and we are starting a new collaborative project with OAC to really build an ecosystem forecast system for the southern Taiwan using similar technology. And last but not least, the marine debris. Okay, so you can actually forecast, use this kind of forecasting system and track the marine debris movement. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Joseph John. Actually, it's provide very important the forecasting and monitoring model for who know what's the water in the ocean, what's the current situation. So very important provide this scientific basis for the policymaker or the community around the coastline, also around the regions. So very important. Thank you. And next, I'll move to the Jenna Heavenrich, is the director of Pacific Connect. It's actually, she's working on the Pacific Islands food security and also the culture in the Pacific Island state. So, yeah, so welcome to share your views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I wanted to thank the Ocean Affairs Council for this wonderful convening and for inviting me to participate in this. And thank you all for participating in these important conversations. Also, as much of what I'm about to share for you is through these conversations I've had in the last few years, especially Sulang, and thank you to the folks in Palau who have generously shared their knowledge with me, which I'm going to share with you. And also, thank you for the wonderful keynote speech, Simi Malek Naki, for really setting the stage for many of the things that I'm going to elaborate on, some of the issues that he touched upon that are at risk with climate change, as well as some people-centered solutions and innovations that folks are starting to work towards. So first off, we've talked about disasters. In addition to the usual seismic issues that could come at any time in the larger Pacific region, you're also looking at, of course, typhoons, which bring not only the destructive winds and rains, but it brings storm surges, which bring the ocean further up on land than it really ought to be. And we also have king tides that we've seen in Marshall Islands and elsewhere that are once again threatening not only property and people, but it's also salinating the land itself. Another thing that one doesn't often think about, but droughts are beginning to occur as weather patterns are shifting, and this has been especially difficult in parts of the North Pacific where there isn't as much groundwater to rely upon. We also saw that a very recent study in Guam found that sea level rise was causing salination of the groundwater, even on this more rocky, higher island. So these are a lot of risks that are happening. And all of these disasters and the response thereto is really complicated by the vast geography and the fragility of the connectivity of communications, as well as the fragility of transport via air or via water. If ports or airports are damaged, it becomes much more difficult to bring things to these locations. And so some of the things, in addition to the weather predictions that we've seen from the previous panelists, some of the things that have been done is pre-positioning relief supplies in areas that are more centrally located and easily accessible in times of need. We've also seen one of the things that can be done in addition to the physical location is building interpersonal and interorganizational and international connections now to understand who can provide what when the time comes so that everyone knows their role. Thinking back to the eruption of an underwater volcano in Tonga some 3 years ago, one of the biggest challenges initially was communications were totally cut off. And folks didn't know if there were airports to land on or ports that they could come into, or if Tonga wanted or needed, or what kind of help was needed. And so a lot of these things, if there is pre-planning, can assist the relief when that comes. So you're all here, get to work forming some relationships, right? Related to that is health. These high tides and so on, the water not only can carry pathogens, as we've seen, and then the increased climate change, we've seen surges in dengue recently, for example. It also, what we've found is there is a huge risk of flooding hospitals. A study recently found that over 62% of hospitals in the in the Pacific region were within 500 meters of the coast. And many of these were at quite low levels. And indeed, during king tides and typhoons, especially when you need medical help the most, that is when we're seeing the water in the hospital making care and keeping everything clean really difficult. And so in some places, there, especially external donors, have helped to finance moving hospitals to higher ground. So that's a need also in other places. In other places, there may not be higher ground, but there are other ways, such as seawalls and so on, that can help protect this critical social infrastructure. And then you also see, related to that, is nutrition. And as I mentioned earlier, the land gets salinated, and that makes agriculture much more challenging and strengthens the already strong reliance on imports. This is also related to when shoreline and deeper water ecosystems are damaged and fish stock may move elsewhere. The important food from whether it is fishing or aquaculture becomes harder to get. So this is also another risk to think about beneath the water for the people who live on the islands. And then that relates then to food security. In addition to all of the fish and so on related and desalination of the land, the food security, I'm going to skip that point. I already said that. All right. So related to the fishing is economics. One of the huge sources for income from a lot of these islands is the fishing rights and fees of the deep water fish stock. And as those fish are moving from climate change, that can change the income of the country pretty dramatically. So that's another thing to think about, how one can sustainably fish, as well as we were talking about yesterday, the illegal and unregistered fishing becomes especially a threat that needs help for monitoring and stopping to prevent that from getting even more difficult. And then another major economic point is tourism. This is also affected by climate change, as many tourists come to do marine tourism, such as diving and snorkeling and swimming and so on. And so if, say, coral is bleaching, there is maybe less appetite to visit these places. And then the final point, as Mr. Malaki so profoundly noted, is culture. This is an intangible, but is deeply important to these communities, which is as places are lost to sea level rise, as they become less accessible, this is a loss of connection to place-based identity, to ancestry, to important marine resources that are necessary for, in some cases, ceremonies or gifts at different times. It's also losing that access really breaks a lot of these traditions, and that is also a deep challenge that needs to be respected by everyone who works in this space. So not all doom and gloom. There are a lot of good things going on in this space, as you've heard from my panelists, and we'll hear down the line, is that one way that I've seen is folks have been working on, say, ecotourism. I saw some great work on that in Palau, in which, in addition to the sort of marine tourism, one of the things Palau did is, after the closures of the pandemic, they took some time to think, how do we really want to be a tourist place? And so they decided that they were going to focus more on ecotourism that would respect the environment. In some places, the tours were planting trees to reforest areas. It was also showing off and preserving the culture, and young people were participating in that. And it was giving the income directly into the hands of the communities. So I encourage support of that, but also go ahead and go see some of those eco-tours. It's a great way to support these islands directly. You also see marine protected areas, which range from the deep sea areas, and they also are small, especially in Fiji, these small community managed areas that rely upon traditional knowledge that is often not as strict as this area is cordoned off, no one can go here, no one can fish here. It's more flexible, and it's based on knowing what seasonally needs to be protected, what cultural times need to be protected and saved for, and these are helping not only food security, as we've found that this helps protect the ecosystem, it helps protect food, and it helps protect the culture, and against disaster, erosion, and so on. So, and then in closing, one other thing on a larger scale is the recent Pacific Resilience Facility, which is something that especially governments can get involved in, and I believe Taiwan already is, which is the first Pacific-led and owned climate and disaster preparedness and resilience fund. So definitely look to that. It gives agency into the hands of the Pacific Island nations to be able to protect their own futures. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jen. I have just highlighted the challenge you face in the Pacific Island state about food security and disaster, and also the health and the cultural issue. And also, I think you suggest the ecotourism may be one of the good solution to address the issue. Thank you so much. So we'll come back to you later. Then I would like to introduce the next panelist, Mr. Aaron Das. Actually, the 30 years the service in Marine, and is an expert now is developing some underwater technology, and want to share is now is also the founder of a maritime research center from India. So please share with your view. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you so much, the host, Taiwan Ocean Council, for inviting me for this event, and thank you to all of you. And also, I want to put on record the way this entire event has been planned, and today's day has been even better. We have such an important representative starting the day with a keynote speech, and I think it really brings on the table, the difference that we are going through now. I mean, the situation that we are going through, I mean, the constant fight between the developed world and the rest of the world, and how do we bring governance, how do we bring good governance, good ocean governance on the table is something very important. So I'm going to focus on the underwater domain. I mean, yesterday, some of the speakers mentioned maritime domain awareness. And if you need to look at governance, I mean, domain awareness becomes very important. And I would not want to take you subsea or subsurface. And underwater domain awareness, as we look at it, also addresses the marine and the freshwater system. Both are equally important. And I think 75% of the Earth is water. And in that, I would like to claim that 90% is below whether it is resources, threats, opportunities, 90% is below. So, but I think the global community has not given enough importance. I mean, there are more than 6,000 expeditions to the outer space, but close to 500 to the deep ocean. So that is the numbers if we want to look at it. So typically, also there is significant fragmentation across stakeholders. Strategic security, blue economies, sustainability, climate change, science and technology, all of them seems to be in their own direction and not kind of talking to each other. And this brings a lot of suboptimal resource utilization. Everybody is putting their own sensor. I mean, why should it be like that? I mean, going out to sea to do field work is extremely expensive. Training people is extremely expensive. But strategic security researcher will not even talk to others, not even share the data. You look at the fintech. I mean, the same bank keeps all of your money together, right? If you can trust them, and you look at the way the fintech has developed globally. So we need to take some lessons from other sectors. So I want to bring this, so my title is UDA Framework for Safe, Secure, Sustainable Growth. Safe is safety from natural disasters, security, of course, the conventional and non-conventional security. Sustainability is extremely important, and how do we look at growth? And in the new global order, when I say new global order, we are looking at the tropical waters. Typically, the last century, it was the Atlantic and the Pacific where the strategic interactions were more common. But today, we are looking at the Indo-Pacific. Now, Indo-Pacific, by definition, is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So if we ignore tropical waters, we will not be able to generate the right kind of domain awareness and will not be able to manage it well. Most important in the tropical waters is the sonar, which is the basic instrument for seeing below the water, suffers 60% degradation. The basic sonar technology developed in the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap during the Cold War period. That sonar, when you bring it to the tropical waters, it suffers 60%. You can mark my words. I have been a naval officer, I have operated sonars. 60% degradation of performance. Unless we address this, it's very good to say the developed world has developed a lot of sonars and they are supplying it to the rest of the world. The global south is not getting the solution that they need. So this is the starting point of underwater domain awareness. Now let us come to more, and also when you see the typical challenges, our policy is in a different plane, technology doesn't, I mean, there is huge amount of deep tech available. But is it able to solve the real world problem for the global south is what we need to look at. And does the policy get covered by actionable tech is another important aspect. And even in the developing world, in small island developing nations, the policymakers are also yet to catch up on what's happening below the water or what's happening in the maritime space or what's happening in the ocean space. Now, going forward, very typical tropical challenge, the sediment transport pattern is very, very unique in the tropical waters. Let me give you the case of Brahmaputra River in India. It is, average width of the river is 5 kilometers. How many of you have seen a river which is average width? So there are places where it is 8 kilometers wide. Coastal navigation, the port management in the tropical waters is a very difficult. There are ports which have become unviable because they are excessively dependent on dredging. The developed world tends to give you heavy engineering product, which is dredgers. But is dredging the only solution for sediment management? It is making ports unviable. The second is underwater radiated noise. Now, we are seeing large-scale stranding of big whales because of shipping. Shipping noise is the single ubiquitous source of noise in the low-frequency zone. And the big whales, their hearing is exactly overlapping with that. And we are seeing large-scale stranding of big whales across the world. So now International Maritime Organization is taking cognizance of it. But if the developed world decides the benchmarks, what will happen to the global south? Their shipping will not be able to compete. And it will be an extremely serious problem. But I argued, my paper was sent to MEPC 76, I argued if the sonar performance degrades by 60%, the global south or the tropical region countries should be given that kind of offset. But this statement is not enough. the global south or the countries there need to also work what is their plan. Otherwise, if they don't have a plan, then they have to obviously accept the plan of the developed world. Third is biofouling. Biofouling in the tropical region is at least 40% higher than the temperate region. Now, all our consultants from the Nordic countries, they don't understand this level of biofouling. And if they are advising you, how will you able to, even I'm told the US fleet had difficulty managing biofouling in the tropical waters. So this is a very well-known problem. I am not giving you anything new information. But we have somehow ignored this in our policy making, in our even tech. 40% increase in fouling means almost 30% increase in fuel consumption. Your time on task is going to get seriously affected. You will not reach on time. That's going to be a serious management problem. And obviously, your carbon footprint is going to be seriously impacted. Your maintenance schedules will be seriously impacted. Your dry docking schedules will be seriously impacted. And it costs huge money. I mean, we did a study for one of the VLCCs. Well, if they are not done, the biofouling is not addressed properly, it could amount to 4.1 lakh rupees of extra fuel cost per hour. You can imagine when multiplied in scale what it means. Next is fisheries and aquaculture. Tropical waters are supposed to be rich in biodiversity, but are the communities or the small island nations getting the benefit of high rich biodiversity? They are not developing, they are not, undermining their traditional knowledge to at the cost of developed technologies or developed world technologies, and not able to manage. And somehow fisheries and aquaculture is in deep trouble globally. We can see that. I mean, fish stock globally is on the decline since 1996. There's a credible research report that says this. But at the same time, we see the bycatch is of the order of 80%. How can these two numbers reconcile each other? So we need to look at this. How do we take forward traditional knowledge and traditional practices to have a sustainable blue economic development? A lot of traditional knowledge needs to be, obviously we can't say we will not accept modern technology. How do we kind of have bring this together? And how do we move forward? How can modern technology, modern digital technology, mapping technology help in taking forward the traditional knowledge? And obviously climate change risk. Do we have models to look at impact on communities? I mean, there are different models, but they are all developed. I mean, if you look at ocean research, maximum ocean research is done in the North Seas. And if you look at the tropical waters, Indian Ocean region, very little data is available. And what we have done in the West or in the developed world, we are just trying to map it here. And what I showed you is our waters are so different. So the small island nations need very specific local impact. So this is the UDF framework that we have developed. We've been working on it for the last 10, 15 years. What it means, brings is, I call it a comprehensive because it addresses every stakeholder whatsoever. It is structured because there's a structured framework. There is a structure to how we will interact with each other, and inclusive. It looks at communities. So the four stakeholders, strategic security, blue economy, sustainability, climate change, and digital transformation, all of them may have their own requirement, but the core is the acoustic capacity building. If my sonar is not performing, if we can't see well below the water, how will we manage such vast oceans of such large water bodies? Both in the, I mean, fresh water has become such a big problem because of high siltation. You look at any tropical countries, the freshwater systems are more than 60% silted. What it means is heavy flooding, urban flooding during the monsoon, and no water during the dry season. I mean, water is a serious problem in many parts of the world. So, and also if you look at the vertical construct, we have very little understanding of what's happening. So we need sensing, analysis, and regulation. And each of the smaller cubes could be the projects that our students in our academia does. I've seen in the developed world, they're working on developed world data as if they have locally no problem. They have solved all their problems. They are paying money to solve, I mean, work on developed world data. Obviously, database is not available. Poor guy, what does he do? But in effect, as a country, as a region, we don't seem to be solving our problems, and we seem to be paying to solve somebody else's problem. So this needs to be addressed, and it will bring, this gives you a lot of structured approach to managing the underwater space. We talked about SDG 14. I claim that the UDA framework can address all the 17 SDGs. If you can address livelihood, it will obviously, and 80% of the population lives within the 80 kilometers of the coast. So a large population resides closer to the oceans, and they are dependent on the ocean, or they're dependent on the water bodies. So if we can solve the water problem, all the SDGs can be addressed. Now going forward, the UDA framework looks at all the policy, technology, and capacity building. So this is, how do we implement UDA? The digital transformation, the UNESCO is spearheading marine spatial planning. But what happens in the developing world, if you can't put so many sensors to get data. So you have to obviously depend on modeling and simulation. And you use sensors only to validate your model. If you think that you can put so many sensors, it's a non-starter. How can you afford so much, resources? So this is, there is so much now satellite data and various other above water data available using that. What you see here is using AIS, using a lot of underwater parameters which are available online. We have built the underwater noise model. And this is a 3D model. What you are seeing is only a 2D perspective. But similar thing has been done for fisheries, for aquaculture, for sediment. But what I'm trying to bring here is this map, which is showing you noise, can be used for stranding of whales, can be used for submarine deployment, can be even used for shipbuilding. So this is the pooling of resources and synergizing of effort that we are advocating. The same capability can be used across multiple stakeholders, and that will bring optimization of resources. So we need to look at it very, very differently. Otherwise, we will not be able to keep pace, and the divide between the developed world and the global south is going to be getting bigger and bigger, and it will only create more security challenges. So what we have done is put one single platform where all the different MSPs, whether it is for sonar deployment or for a security application to fisheries to aquaculture, all can be put together, and we can also use algorithms where we can optimize what is more important. See, it has to be a give and take. It can't be that we do one and so typically what happens is if you build a port, the local community has to migrate out of that place. So their livelihood, and they are not agile enough that they can go to a university, get a different degree and start working on something else. So they need to be supported, they need to be integrated. So the digital transformation, how it requires three kinds of people: high-end data analysts who look at the entire compute, hardware, software. Once that data comes, we need multidisciplinary domain knowledge specialists who will interpret that data for policy, for various other things, operational. And the third is more interesting for me, the field deployment specialist. Whatever we do, we need people to go to the waterfront. Why can't this be the coastal communities? With a little bit of skilling, and imagine the coastal communities are part of the larger digital transformation. And that's very interesting for us. If we don't do this, we'll alienate the large section of coastal communities, and that will be a disaster for us as humankind. So whatever we look at, it has to be an integrated approach where people, economy, nature, all of them have to really come together, inclusive governance, livelihood. Better fisheries means better livelihood for the coastal communities. And if they are involved, and many places they migrate, so we have migrant workers coming there and working who have no ownership of the local ecosystem. So they will not look at it in a long term. Now, typically, how to implement UDA, to see, to understand, and to share. This is more from a technical perspective. To see is the hardware, the sensors, AUVs. Taiwan is a country which is very advanced in many of them, so they can be a major partner to this. The hardware, which is there. Now, we focus, as our organization, we focus on this entire understand part, which is the largely data analytics, modeling, and simulation. So this is very important across, and this is where we address the tropical challenges, the unique tropical characteristics. And the third is to share. Now, this share is also very important. Once you have the actionable input, it needs to be shared with the user. Your user could be a fisherman. It could be a top-end policy maker. A fisherman requires a mobile app. He doesn't even have the bandwidth to carry a laptop. So how do we design? And he needs very specific input. He is interested in one particular species that he looks at. So how do we customize and give them very specific mobile apps? Or if it is a policymaker, he needs strategic input. So it has to be custom. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we have to come together to address this. So I think I will stop. This is my last slide. So we need to do a lot of sensitization. Engagement could be the internships and fellowship. I mean, I think the Genie program is a very good example where, you know, various problems and many people can come together and kind of look at this in a more, and we can populate that UDA cubes, smaller cubes, and sustain is obviously when we have regular academic programs and various other engagements with people. So I think, I mean, geopolitically it has to be So it has to be a regional approach rather than national, because waters are across transnational. So unless we all come together and we need to look at it in a very, very different way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mr. Das. So just highlight, we need to give more attention about underwater service and the integration about what is called the security, marine monitoring, and also the blue economy. Thank you. And now we move to the next panelist, Sonia Kumar Agrawala is Executive Council member of Indian Society of International Law. Is expertise in international ocean law. So please, the stage is yours. All right. You want to use slides? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, or panelists, good morning. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Ocean Affairs Council for inviting me, giving me this opportunity to contribute to this session on ocean resilience and sustainable future. Here I would like to give you an outline, elements of the ocean governance resilience for the future, some of the elements which are important and will be critical in the sustainable development. As we know, the ocean is the foundation of life on Earth and regulator of the climate system. It has played a very critical role in stabilizing the global temperature by absorbing almost 90% of the excess heat, and as well as 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions. That is, I am referring to the anthropogenic emissions here. However, because of this climate crisis, today, oceans are in a deepening crisis driven from the anthropogenic climate change. If you refer to this UN World Ocean Assessment Report, recently it has come out. According to this, accelerating pressures from greenhouse emissions are pushing marine ecosystems past critical tipping points, thereby deepening this crisis in the marine environment. Now, this impacts, as we know, of climate change on ocean includes the global warming, the ocean warming here, the acidification because of the change in the pH value. It is becoming more acidic now and giving rise to a lot of impact on the ecosystem. And importantly, because of the ocean warming and the receding polar ice, we are having this issue of sea level rise now, which my friend from Tavalu has referred to, has become a very important issue for small and small island countries, developing countries, especially having the countries which are having the low-lying coastal states. Now, as we know, this IPC is the base, provides the scientific assessment of the climate change impacts. Its report 2023 says that the human activities, principally through emissions of greenhouse gases, have unequivocally caused global warming with global temperature rising at present to 1.1 degrees Celsius from the pre-industrial stage. So we are at the very tipping point. In fact, the Paris Agreement, as we know, limits the emission level, that is the aspiration of all the countries, to limit the emission level to 1.5 degrees Celsius pre-industrial stage. Now this climate change has caused widespread adverse impact and damages to the nature and the people across the systems, regions, and sectors, etc., and will cause unavoidable increase in multiple climate hazards and present multiple risks to the ecosystems, especially the marine and coastal ecosystem we are concerned about here. Coming to the issue of, as I discussed about this small island developing states, they are at the front line of all this climate change impact. Though they have not contributed much to the greenhouse gas scenario presently, but they are facing a lot of issues. In fact, despite having contributed minimally to the global emissions, they face the brunt of this climate change. That includes the degradation of coastal and marine ecosystems, in particular they face the physical as well as the economic security of the indigenous people and the local community. In fact, some of these countries face the existence crisis, because especially this low-lying coastal states, which necessitates drastic measures such as relocation of population. In fact, the climate refugee has become a very important issue now. Not only this climate change has impacted all these physical and the ecosystems, in fact, it has impacted the law governing the ocean affairs. As we know, the ocean space is governed by the UNCLOS. The current regime predates the climate change issue because the UNCLOS was signed and ratified in 1982, though it came into existence in 1995. But whereas this climate issue became prominent in early 1990s, starting with the UNFCCC in 1992. Now, coming to this legal impact, legal issues arising out of this climate change, there are certain very important issues include infringing upon the land territory of the coastal states, including these states, as I told you, the low-lying states especially. It is also the sea level rise has led to the shifting of coastline, in fact, creating problem with the baseline, which creates the maritime zones. All these maritime zones are created from the baseline based on the coastlines, etc. So it will have a potential impact on the outer limit of the maritime zones as well as the maritime boundaries, and especially these small low-lying island states would be having the existential threat, as I told you. So there are some gaps in the international legal protection of climate refugees. There are some gaps in the current legal structure that includes the legal protection related with the climate refugees, because the current refugee convention does not provide for any protection to the climate-induced refugees. However, in January, if you remember, in 2020, the UNHRC gave a very important landmark ruling, which says the countries may not deport individuals who face climate change. This is, I'm referring to my friend from Tuvalu. I think he would be attentive here. So they have basically, because of the human rights. So this, even the climate refugees, this human right is a part of the international obligation that all the states owe. So they cannot deny this. But in this case, particularly because the situation was this, the homeland state, Kiribati, still was not inhabitable. So it was dismissed. But in the future, it will have a very lot of legal implication as far as the climate refugees are concerned. Very important issue of the public-private partnership. This we call in the ocean affairs the blue PPP model. It is important because, as we know, when it comes to the ocean resilience, the implementations is very important, in which we find there are a lot of implementation gaps, especially the finance, the scale, the expertise, as well as the resilience management or the disaster management. In fact, these PPP can accelerate nature-based solutions such as restoring mangroves, coral reef, seagrass, which provide high-impact, low-cost investment opportunity with measurable benefit for carbon storage and disaster risk reduction. It is very important. It will play a very important catalytic role. That's why we need to encourage PPP in the ocean governance structure. I just want to give a case study from India's mangrove initiative under the MISTI scheme. Basically, it is the initiative for shoreline habitat and tangible income called MISTI, which has been created, initiated by India into 2023, and it operates through the PPP models involving private sector, NGOs, and the local communities, so that the local community who are involved could better participate and can take the required measures to protect themselves. Very important scheme. I think the lessons could be learned from this scheme, could be shared. We can share these lessons with other countries also. Other important issue is basically the data or the information sharing, which requires the monitoring system. The maritime disaster monitoring system is a very important part of the disaster management plan, because this is important because it fuses or integrates the satellite observation, in situ, ocean sensors, AI-driven predictive analytics into a unified platform. So it provides a unified picture of the ocean environment, which is very important to plan, to mitigate the impact of the climate change. In fact, it generates the real-time situation awareness and acts alerts through predictive analysis of real-time data. It's very important. It supports long-term recovery through ecosystem-based management and the community preparedness, because it enhances the capacity of the community, local community, to better prepare and respond to the incoming disaster. So it is very important for enhancing ocean resilience. In fact, India also has implemented very indigenous multi-hazard early warning decision-making support, which is basically, it has been launched in 2024, multi-hazard early warning decision support system, which bolsters India's real-time weather monitoring and early warning capability. I think in the morning, our speaker from professor from Taiwan, she spoke about some sort of collaboration between India and Taiwan on this issue. So it is also very important we can share our experiences and including the capacity building and the training also with the partner countries. As we know, this maritime domain awareness, MDA, is also very important, integrated with the disaster management plan, because it helps us to better prepare, respond, as well as take the timely action and to make boost the ocean resilience in a better way. It provides the framework for sharing information with regional partners, because the MDA is very important for the regional cooperation as well on maritime security, safety, maritime environment, and the response and timely action on the climate-induced threat from the ocean. India has a very important initiative on this maritime awareness through this Indian Ocean Region Information Fusion Center, located in nearby Delhi, It is basically a multi-agency center, analytical center, wherein liaison officers from around 15 countries are working with the Indian partners and actively collaborating with the 25 partner countries to enhance the peaceful, stable, prosperous IO. Our concept is basically Mahasagar. Our Indian government believes that mutual and holistic advancement for growth for across region is our the principle which helps us to enhance the collaboration across the region on these issues. I can conclude, I think this is my last slide. We can say that the ocean acts as Earth's primary climate shield. Thus, enhancing ocean resilience is essential for mitigating climate change, protecting marine ecosystem, biodiversity, and sustainable blue economy. States, especially low-lying coastal island states, despite minimal contribution to global emissions, face brunt of climate change. There are also critical implementation gaps, including finance, technology, capacity building, in strengthening the coastal resilience of these states. Therefore, there is a need to establish support and financial mechanism for states. Basically, our ocean resilience should be based on developing the nature-based solutions, because compared to the CDR solutions, which are more like the human-induced or human intervention in capturing the carbon, sequestering, etc., they are much more suited to the ocean environment. And these tools, such as integrated maritime disaster monitoring system, maritime domain awareness, collaborative partnership, including blue PPPs, are important pillars for enhancing the ocean resilience and for sustainable development through collaborative partnership. Finally, I would like to say that ocean resilience measures are needed to be aligned with the action plans based on the country's nationally determined contribution NDCs under the Paris Agreement. This is the second cycle of the NDCs to be submitted by all the countries. The Paris Agreement is the one under which the countries have taken the place to limit the carbon emission to 1.5 to the level so as to stabilize the temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius pre-industrial stage. So I think we need to take these resilience measures, but this also need to be aligned with our NDCs. That will make it much more visible, much more viable and sustainable and make the blue economy most robust as well as sustainable. Thank you very much for listening. I would like to respond to any of the questions also.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you so much for Dr. Agrawal. So highlighting the blue PPP you are arguing to enhancing the ocean's resilience. So I'll now move to the last speaker is Sharon Ehrlichman is actually is a CTO at the Israeli National Center for Blue Economy and in the Institute of Maritime Policy Strategies, a research fellow. So he has extensive experience on ocean technology, national defense and blue economy international cooperation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I want to join the thanks to the organization, also the teams that are standing usually behind the scenes. They come first, they go last, smiling in the morning, smiling in the evening. So thank you very much for the hospitality. So I'll try to bring, I think the applause are in the place if you... Thank you for that. So I'm going to bring a different angle than my colleagues. I think some of the slides will be skipped because they have shared most of the challenges. So let's start. Okay, so first I want to share with you a few points I saw in the last year. For example, this is a UK government recommending citizens that they should delete emails or pictures in order to save water. I mean, this is the first recommendation that I saw from a government authority recommending civilians, instead of closing the tap, please erase emails or use less pictures that you save on the web. The rationale is clear because computing power is consuming a lot of water for the cooling. So I think that in the future we're going to see more recommendation like this because we are heading to directions which use more and more computing power. Second, AI in the fishery industry. Now I'm not talking about just sensors, improved sensors that recognize and help the fishers to know where the fish is, but taking the whole industry and changing it to a different concept. And I think we'll see some interesting, we're already seeing some interesting ideas that will revolutionize this sector. And this will also be, I think, in the next few years. Two more points, our friends from Japan, so they always think ahead and plan accurately. Living on the water, Donjan, this is a concept of a city on the water, independent. Underneath it, there is data centers, electrical powering, and also another concept of ocean spiral. This is an idea, like Jules Verne a few hundred years ago thought that maybe there will be submarines and people will go underwater to sail. So it's obvious today. I think this concept will be the same in the future because the technology is almost there and it's mainly engineering challenges and not the conceptual ones. So this is a word, but we don't have time, so I'll share with who want what we do in Israel. I want to take you for a journey, small, I think 6 minutes journey in time. So I chose a snapshot in maritime, or time as I called it. I wanted to tell you when the first underwater cable was actually placed in the water. In 1858, this was the first cable, telegraph cable between America and Europe, and this is the first time that they had the connection. It influences a lot, also on international trade, on diplomacy. It changed the way that the world started working. 40 years after that, you can see in the map, this is a picture from 1900 from the Congress Library. And also the paper, you can't see the letters, but I will share with you what they say. This is a convention signed in 1884, I think by 23 countries. And they agreed that they need to protect the underwater cables. This is something that we don't have today, and we have a lot of more cables. So it's interesting to say that even 160 or 70 years ago, they were thinking and acting in order to preserve the infrastructure under the ocean. So leap forward 170 years, this is today. This is how the world looks. Energy-wise, depending on the marine environment, coastal or deep water, we are becoming more and more dependent on the marine environment to supply us energy. In Israel, for example, more than 80% of our gas comes from the sea and supplies energy to the civilians. Desalination water, 80% of the water we use in Israel, they come from a desalination factory, and it's not only Israel, we see it common in a lot of places in the world, and also telecommunications. About, I think the figure is 95, 98%, depending on how you count it, of worldwide communication is being routed through undersea cables. And a lot of countries, Israel, for example, even though we are not an island, but we are an island in the, let's say, in the behavior, because all our cables are going through the sea. Land cables in this period or the period until now, we prefer not to use because of our neighborhood. Just a minute. So I need a mouse here, but can you click for me? Another one? Okay, great. So actually we see that I need your help. That's okay? If you can help me? So we need to click. Thank you. So actually we see that the ocean used to be a route for shipping lanes. It used to be a resource, if it's fish or other things, but it's starting to become a critical infrastructure. We are relying more and more, and usually when you rely more and more on something, you become dependent on it, and when you become dependent on it, you have weaknesses. And then you need to think, how do you take care of those weaknesses? So when I look at the future, I see, first of all, cables. A lot more cables are being planned and placed, data cables, power cables. So we're going to have more and more what we have today. Let's see if I can click alone. Energy, we spoke. Data infrastructure. So we have Microsoft doing tests of server farms in the water, I think 7 years ago. It was a test for 2 years. We see that China takes data centers and places them at sea, and they have plans to do it more. Even though this was a pilot, they are planning to do it more in the future. We see that power cables, in Israel, for example, we plan to take and to place a power cable from south to north, because in the south we have more power factories, let's say, and we have challenges of taking the routing through the land for multiple reasons. So there is a plan to take the power cable to the north and also to other countries. So other countries will have partnerships supplying electricity. It already exists today in the world, and we see that more and more are going in that direction. Mining and resources, so the regulation is being set up, the technology is enabling, and the business world is pursuing and pushing and convincing to shift to this kind of resource mining, also undersea. I leave aside what's the influence, but we see that indeed it will happen. It will happen because the forces in the nations, in the world, are aiming to this direction. And all of these, together with what we discussed yesterday, so the seabed protection, it doesn't matter if it comes from the security point of view or environmental point of view, because there are other uses, but the sea protection, which pushes the technology for underwater autonomy, cables, awareness, and things that my distinguished colleague discussed about, is being pushed more and more. So we'll see a lot more happening on the seabed. This slide, even though it's more related, after hearing everybody yesterday, so I decided to change it a bit. So I just gave you an example. It doesn't matter where did it happen and when, but I just wanted to say here that threats happened. Even though people didn't believe things can happen, they happened in the last 2-3 years. People didn't think that infrastructure at sea should be protected because no one planned to protect them. They were planned without any protection. If it's gas rigs or cables, they were just placed. They were maybe designed to do malfunctions, malfunctions repair if needed. But today, in the last few years, we saw shipping damage. We saw that in the harbor, someone exploded or made damage to a submarine, bridges getting hit. We saw gas infrastructure, cable infrastructure, and also desalination factories that were targets around the Arabic Sea. So all of those basic infrastructure, energy, telecommunication, and water are being, the threats are real, something that we didn't think will happen a few years ago. And if I take this lesson to the climate change, I won't repeat the challenges because my colleagues already did that. I'll just show you some solutions that I think are interesting in order to see how development of sustainable solutions can be evolved. So this is just 3 examples for Israeli companies, startups. One of them comes to a farmer that deals with growing algae and tells him, let's do it in dual use, but not security-wise. You grow algae, but instead of doing it on ropes, you will do it on electric cables, and you produce electricity. So you will produce electricity, you can use it, you can sell it to the grid, just like solar panels, and also you keep growing your algae and selling them as food. So this is innovative. Another company, SEAL, they aim to help all the infrastructures that are sitting on the shore and using the seawater for cooling. It can be for energy or for other things. And what do? They take CO2 from the atmosphere and also seawater, and they created a process that, sorry, that's my time. They created a process that cleans the water and gives clean water to those facilities, so they don't need to deal with biofouling and cleaning and chemistry. And from the other hand, their garbage or side product is minerals, clean minerals that today are being sold in the market, and they can sell it with a higher quality. So you take CO2 and you take seawater. On the other hand, you have clean water to use and also garbage to sell. And last one is the thermogigs. So they are relying on the thermoacoustic concepts, old concepts, by the way, but they are the first who are able to do it in a small scale. And they are coming to engines in ships or to data centers. And their device, when you place it, you don't need to connect it to electricity. What it does, it harvests heat and creates electricity. So when you want to cool something, you just put the device, it absorbs the heat and creates electricity. So instead of wasting electricity, they are producing electricity and helping create the heat. So vulnerabilities, I won't go over it because we don't have any more time. I just wanted to say that when you plan, it doesn't matter if you have a damage or a vulnerability because environmental, climate, accidental damage, physical security, or cyber, the way of dealing with them is pretty similar. If you know that something is going to fail and you aim for that, you can plan accordingly and find a solution to cope with it. I would have recommended or wanted to speak about the coastal sectoral and the transboundary, but we don't have time. So only 4 recommendations. The first one, I think, was given by everyone. Public-private partnership. I can share with you that, as some of you know, we had a lot of challenges in the last 3 years in Israel. And when you put to a corner the companies and the government, and they understand that for survival or for other important means they need to do something, so they partner. They partner, and they have a great partnership, and it's a win-win situation. If you do it in regular times, you need to trust each other in order to understand that everybody has its own side or interest, and you should do a good work. This one was shared, so I skip. And the last one, as an engineer, this is the most interesting for me. When we design systems, we should design them to recover quickly, not just preventing attacks. We spoke yesterday about preventing attacks and trying to avoid or stop someone. I think that the same effort, or in parallel, if you focus on recovering, it means that you decide that this is acceptable recovery time for you, and you even might decide that you don't want to protect something because you recover so quickly that protecting is not relevant. If it happens, you know how to cope with it. That's all. Hope the time was okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your very important perspective on the critical infrastructure, the security issue. So we know we are running out of time, but I would like to, we don't have time to further deep dive up the discussion, but I would like to probably 30 seconds or to 1 minute with takeaway message, how to enhance, how to turn this action and goal and promise into action, or how to any major international cooperation or kind of mechanism we can enhance our ocean resilience. Can we start with Professor Huang, 30 seconds to 1 minute, so we can wrap up the session?
Yeah, I think it's great. I would like to thank you for other panelists that share many new technology maybe we are not introduced in Taiwan yet. But meanwhile, there's also a new technology proposal will be sponsored by NSTC for the ocean technology. So I think there will be a new challenge for us to understand more and introduce more. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Zhang. Yeah.
I like to second that, so I build tools, I help people, nationally, internationally. So I really think that lots of problems we are facing is across the jurisdiction boundary, across the international boundary. So really important for countries to work together, to solve these challenges.
Thank you, Gina.
I would say be people-centered. Work with the coastal communities, the island communities, find out what their needs, their knowledge is, and incorporate that into the solutions and technologies that you are helping with.
Right,
Yeah.
the rest of us.
I'll just carry that forward. I mean, the local communities have a lot of local information. And if we don't make them a partner in our knowledge building exercise, we will go horribly wrong. But we need to work towards collaboration where modern science and technology can be mapped onto the traditional knowledge and the traditional practices. And the local, tropical conditions have to be prioritized. I don't hear that word tropical in many conversations, which is, I think, important. And the global community is prioritizing the Indo-Pacific. But if we don't understand the basics of the Indo-Pacific, then I think we'll go horribly wrong. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
I think we need to adopt the ecocentric approach and need to bridge the implementation gap, including the finance, as well as the capacity building, etc. Very critical for the small island countries, low-lying countries, and also important for a kind of a holistic approach to the, you can say, this ocean resilience enhancement measures. Thank you.
So actually 2 points. The first one is this world, the civilian world can move very fast. The startup, the industry, they can move fast. The problem is that the equity or the investment in this field are very limited. And that's, we have some companies here, I think in the panel later on, they can share from those insights. But if we co-share, co-invest, it means the solution will arrive faster and then they will be more innovative. The leap will be greater. So this is first point. Second point, I'm not sure exactly how to say it politely, but there are two types of friends. As we learned, I'm an Israeli, so I cannot not share something that we learned in 3 years. There are two types of friends. There are friends that talk and don't do when it's needed, and there are friends who do. So my advice is regarding these challenges, the partnerships should be with the friends who do, and keep pushing very hard, because when the challenges come, they will always surprise you, like the typhoon in the weekend. And I think Taiwan is teaching us amazingly how to deal with the typhoon. I mean, flights are canceled, typhoon is coming, and we are sitting here on the stage. So it's not obvious at all. I can assure you that if a typhoon came to Israel, we had no idea what to do, because we never experienced that. Also Europe. And Europe is also experiencing a wave hit, for example, in the last few weeks. This is also a disaster that's happening now. So friends who do help you overcome, this is my advice.
All right, thank you. I think the challenge we identified by the panelists is not the future or tomorrow, because even though the typhoon is coming now, so I think this we should conclude that we should have a holistic approach, regional PPP, public-private partnership, and also I think the advanced technology and I think a coherent policy to about all this effort. So thank you for the panel. So we need to work together to enhance the ocean resilience, not just for the region, I think also for the Earth. Thank you so much. So please join me to give applause to the panel. And thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Lin and all our panelists for your informative sharing. We invite you to take a group photo on the stage to remember this panel discussion. 我们邀请在台上的主持人和与台人一起合影。Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break and we will continue with the next session at 10:50. We invite Mr. Malaki to also join the group photo on the stage, please. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来呢，先进行中场休息，在场外备有茶点，欢迎大家享用。我们接下来的议程呢，会在10点50分的时候开始，所以呢，邀请大家把握时间，待会准时入座。非常感谢您的配合，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们接下来的下一个场次马上就要开始了，邀请大家入座，谢谢。 Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats as we are about to begin the session. Thank you very much. 各位来宾，我们这个场次马上就要开始了，邀请大家尽速入座，谢谢。Well, welcome back to the forum, ladies and gentlemen. 欢迎大家回到我们论坛的现场。紧接着呢，我们要进入的是场次4。那么这个场次呢，我们会把焦点放在海洋治理的新兴科技上面。And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to session 4, where we will be focusing on emerging technologies for ocean governance. And our moderator for this session is Professor Chen Binghui, lifetime distinguished professor of mechanical engineering at National Taiwan University. 这一场的主持人，我们很荣幸的可以邀请到国立台湾大学机械工程学系暨研究所终身特聘教授陈炳辉来带领我们做讨论。Let's now hand the floor to Professor Chen.
Hi, everybody. Thanks all the audience to attend these sessions. It is my honor to chair today's session, Emerging Technology in Ocean Governance. No doubt, emerging technology like AI, satellite communication, drones, unmanned surface or undersea vehicles are transforming many industries. While this technology could complicate the ocean governance, they also have the potential to significantly improve its effectiveness. We have invited 5 distinguished speakers, all leading authorities in their field, who will share first-hand experience regarding the application of emerging technology in ocean governance. We will first invite each panelist to present their perspective on these issues, and subsequently engage in in-depth dialogue to explore how this technology can be integrated and effectively utilized for ocean governments. The first speaker will be Andy Cohen. Andy Cohen is the Vice President of Business Development at FiberSense. So let's have the speaker, Mr. Andy Cohen, share his view on this topic. First, thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's an honor to be here, and a big thank you to the Ocean Affairs Council for putting on such a fantastic event with such great attendance from across the world, but also importantly from people from Taiwan. So hopefully I might need a hand on the desk across there. I'm clicking. Fantastic. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about using distributed fiber sensing, which is a proven technology for protecting undersea critical infrastructure and for improving ocean governance. And the great news is we can do this over existing fiber optic cables in the ocean or on land. So this, and we do this by turning that existing infrastructure into an intelligent sensing network. So maritime domain awareness usually focuses from satellite looking down on the ocean surface. What we are adding to that today is looking at how you can provide sensing underneath the surface, providing a holistic approach to maritime domain awareness and a very comprehensive picture. So I work at a company called FibreSense. We've been operating for 10 years. And we focus on protecting critical infrastructure in cities and in oceans. And we are operating now in 10 countries, 20 cities, and the key strength of our company is our technology, but it's also the data we collect. We have over 75 million kilometre hours of data, and that's across all of our fleet across our global footprint. So over the last couple of days, I think it's been very clear we've heard about the importance of protecting subsea cables. So like Taiwan, I come from Australia, we're also an island nation, and it is so important to us to ensure that we protect the landing of those cables coming into our country for our commerce and for our society. So thank you, Sharon, for in the last session for laying some of the groundwork around the importance of subsea cables as critical infrastructure across the globe. So I'm sure people are aware, as was mentioned earlier, between 95 and 99% of global internet traffic comes through subsea cables. So I think one of the challenges here, we've known for many years about the importance of these subsea cables, but what are we doing to protect them? Largely, it is reactive, and what I'm going to talk about today is a proactive approach around early warning systems to ensure that you can try and prevent any future breaks or risks to your critical infrastructure. So the 70% figure up there, this is very striking. This is the International Cable Protection Committee data, and what it indicates is most of these breaks come from human interference. So whether it's anchoring or fishing, and most of it is close to your shore end. Globally, we have around 200 breaks a year, which is significant. And I guess the key point around that is it takes roughly around 30 to 50 days, depending on if you have a repair ship in the area, to repair that cable. It doesn't mean you'll lose all connectivity, but it does significantly reduce the capacity that you have to operate your economy and operate your society. So with up to 200 breaks a year, it's also extremely costly. Anywhere between 1 to 3 million US per break, specifically on the large international cables. And then you're also looking at costs around 50,000 US per day for a vessel waiting on station, specifically if it's inclement weather. So this is a significant cost, and that's not even talking about having to defer traffic to someone else's network and the additional cost that's being incurred. So this is really important, and we really need to be doing more in this space. I might need some help here again. Yes. Okay, so to start, as I mentioned before, the fibre is the sensor. So we need no new hardware put along a subsea cable. You're actually turning an existing fibre optic cable into a sensor. So we operate on 3 layers. We look at detecting the risks to the asset, we then classify those risks, and then we look at how we can act. So you can see there distributed fibre sensing, and how we do that is from a cable landing station or a data centre, we actually pulse lasers or light down that fibre, and then any small reflections are picked up on that cable, and then we use the raw sensing data to run our algorithms over the top to identify whether it's a risk of an anchor or a fishing event, or there's an exposure event or a rock slide or a seismic event. So this is all picked up by our AI signal processing, and then what we do at the end, the important element, is ensure that we can turn that data into actionable intelligence to ensure that operators can act in real time to look at how they can prevent the damage of that asset. And that's through working in partnership with people like Coast Guards, patrol vessels, ship operators, captains, to ensure that they understand the risks around where their activity is taking place. Okay, so our signal processing allows us to go beyond simple sensing and into an area around improving maritime domain awareness. And we do this by the significant data we've collected over the last 10 years. We have over 75 million kilometre hours of data, hundreds of thousands of vessel crossings across assets, and that's what we use to train our algorithms to continue to improve the detections to protect the assets. So we focus across 3 different levels. Our AI distinguishes routine shipping from suspicious loitering or speed anomalies or gaps in AIS. And these are red flags that we note. But the additional important thing, and I think with emerging technologies, it's not just around distributed acoustic sensing, it's bringing in other sensing streams to ensure that we have a very clear maritime domain awareness picture. So that's AIS, combining with satellite synthetic aperture radar, oceanographic data, unmanned vehicles, whether that's subsurface or surface or in air, that gives you the complete operational picture. And then lastly, real-time threat scoring means that we're not drowning our operators who are managing that asset in so much data. We're basically using our algorithms to identify what are the real risks in real time for the asset. So each layer really builds on the last. So you sense something, you enrich it, you analyse it, and you act. So they're the key layers that we focus on: the physical layer, the data layer, the AI analytics layer, and then the last layer is really important, which is your decision layer. And that's using a user interface to ensure that the data feeds come in and operators who are managing the risks of those assets or the maintenance of the asset can make decisions in real time through a user interface or an API feed into an existing system. So my last slide. Why act now? We've heard over the last couple of days around the geopolitical urgency. And I think this is very clear. There are many locations globally at the moment where, whether it's the Baltic, whether it's in the Strait around Taiwan, or many other straits where there's significant risk now due to geopolitical threats. And nation states are now treating cable protection as a national security priority. And I think we're going to see that really change in regards to the prioritisation around legislation. And I would like to applaud Taiwan on their world-leading legislation that the Coast Guard shared yesterday around even penalties for turning off your AIS transponder. I think that is a world first. So Taiwan is definitely leading in this space around their legislation. Dark fibre opportunity, the fibre is already there and we can turn that into an existing sensing asset. The AI is ready and I think we can ensure that we take large quantities of data and we can turn that into actionable insights now. And the importance, I'll just finish on, of being able to protect critical infrastructure through enhanced maritime domain awareness. Thank you.
Thanks for Andy sharing his view on the protection of the undersea cable through the AI empowered detection systems. So next panelist will be Casey Fan. Casey Fan is a policy analyst in the national security and economic security programs. Yeah, so let's have the speaker, Ms. Casey Fang, share his view on this topic. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Kathy, I'm from DSAT. I think yesterday we have a lot of discussion about men, but today I'm talking about unmanned. In Taiwan, we talk about drones in the air and a special defense budget, but right now we just move out of that. We are going to the sea, on the surface, and more than the technology, how it can change our lives. So today I'm going to picture a really maritime picture for everyone. So my topic is unmanned maritime system and Taiwan's asymmetric maritime defense. So let me start with the problem, not the technology. So Taiwan's maritime security has changed shape. It used to be episodic incursions. Now it is a persistent structural imbalance between the space-China contest and the presence Taiwan can put on the waters. So China applies pressure through layers: naval vessels, Coast Guard ships, law enforcement units, survey vessels, fishing fleet, and militia-like actors operating around Taiwan's offshore islands, ports, sea lines of communication, and undersea infrastructure. The goal is not a single dramatic incident. It is to normalize presence, contest jurisdiction, probe how fast and how far Taiwan will respond, and impose the cost below the threshold of open conflict. Let me give you some numbers. The PLAN, the Navy, is already the world's largest Navy, with more than 370 battle force platforms today, and a project 435 ships by 2030. The Chinese Coast Guard is also the world's largest maritime law enforcement fleet, with more than 150 patrol vessels above 1,000 tons alone. By comparison, Taiwan's Coast Guard operates a fleet of roughly 167 vessels on the books, with a command of about 3,200 personnel responsible for 80 to 90% of the sea patrol duty, stretching from Kinmen and Mazu to Dongsha and Nansha. So here is the operating reality that follows from those numbers. Taiwan cannot answer this pressure contact for contact with crew vessels. Every additional patrol hours costs personnel who sit in below, and also fuel, maintenance cycle, and command attention that Taiwan does not have in unlimited supply. That is a constraint we have to design around. So my argument is straightforward. Taiwan should build unmanned maritime system as an asymmetric architecture. Unmanned surface vehicles, USV. Unmanned underwater vehicles, UUV. Autonomous underwater vehicles, AUV, and the remotely operating vehicles, ROV, a lot of acronyms, sorry, can extend presence, improve evidence collections, reduce personnel exposure, preserve high-value crew vessels for the moments that actually require them, and complicated Chinese operation across the entire escalation spectrum, from routine gray zone monitoring to actual sea denial. So, Taiwan is already moving in these directions. The military plans to procure 1,320 domestically procured kamikaze USV. The Coast Guard also reportedly seeks 25 AUV-equipped reconnaissance USV. So the platform is coming, but the real challenge is operational adaptation. Which mission should this system serve, when they should be employed, and how do they integrate it into command structure, intelligence networks, and legal authority, and Navy Coast Guard coordination? So that is what the rest of this talk is about. So actually, we don't have to design this from the blank page. There are 5 bodies of recent practice already show where unmanned maritime systems deliver value, and the lesson each time is the same. Unmanned systems only work when they are tied into a clear mission and command network. So which means platform substitution is not the point. Mission integration is. So first, the persistent surveillance. As shown on the PowerPoint, in May this year, the U.S. Foreign CSATs, a small solar-powered USV called Lightfish, complete the first reported autonomous transit of Taiwan Strait, with more than 1,000 nautical miles in 5 days, documenting vessel traffic, including the PLAN corvette, operating with its AIS switch off. So that is the value proposition. A small, log signature, long-endurance vessel doing persistent maritime domain awareness. So you are not dispatching a crew cutter to every suspicion contact. Second, the maritime law enforcement. This year, the U.S. firm Cell drones, Voyager USV, were deployed by U.S. Coast Guard for border security, domain awareness, and illegal fishing surveillance across the Great Lakes and the northern coast. This map directly onto Taiwan's Coast Guard mission: detect, identify, track, document, and then cool a crew cutter for actual legal intervention. The crew-on-crew system does the watching. The crew vessel does the enforcing. Third, the tactical littoral employment. So this year, in exercise Lakanip in Philippines, the U.S. Army units operate a swarm of Rampage, which come from U.S. company Havoc AI, ASV, and a 14-foot solar and electronic power boats to screen a logistic vessel approaching port after a 260-mile overland movement. And at Balikatan this year, in Batanes area, roughly 150 kilometers south of Taiwan, a special force used a Magura USV, which built by U-Force, Ukraine companies, in a live-fire maritime strike against the target vessel. So right now we see the Black Sea lessons now translate into the Western Pacific setting. Fourth, the mine countermeasure, which I will call it the most mature underwater applications. And the US Navy, the Royal Navy, the Singapore, and the joint Belgian-Deutsch program are all moving mine detection, classification, and clearance away from crew vessels and human divers. This matters for Taiwan because if China mines approaches to ports, naval bases, LNG terminals, or cable landing sites, Taiwan's shipping and military movement can be disrupted without a single shot being fired. Fifth, the most strategically important, Ukraine's Black Sea campaign. From ad hoc USV attacks evolved into coordinate multi-axis operation combining USV, UAV, precision fires, reportedly destroying or disabling about 200% of Russia's Black Sea fleet and forcing major vessels to relocate away from Sevastopol entirely. That is a smaller navy imposing real strategic costs on the larger one. But I want to flag a caution here. The Taiwan Strait is not the Black Sea. The strait is about 130 kilometers wide at its narrowest. The winter sea sets can reach CSAT 6 to 7, which means the wave heights of around 4 to 9 meters, and the wind strong achieve Beaufort force 8 to 9. Compared to Black Sea, a semi-enclosed body of water which average sea sets around 3 to 4, which means the wave heights closer to half a meter or 2.5 meters, which means the wind will attain Beaufort force to 4 to 5. So the strait carries also the dense civilian and fishing traffic, like complicated target identification and command and control. Plus, China will also bring electromagnetic suppressions, counter-space operations, and cyber attacks to degrade communication and navigation. Every one of these lessons has to be retested under Taiwan Strait condition, not to import it. So what does it mean for operational for Taiwan? I have 3 recommendations. First, the Navy and Coast Guard need different operational models because they have different missions. The Coast Guard systems are built for gray zone control, evidence collection, research and rescue, port security, cable protection, and offshore island monitoring, which means that what they need is endurance, seakeeping, and a clear hand-off rules to crew cutters. While the naval systems are built for delay, deceptions, attrition, mine countermeasures, and anti-landing operations. They need low signatures, GPS, and degrade navigation, and the ability to complicate missions after a communication link is degraded or cut. Second, submarine cable protection is a near-term concrete Coast Guard mission. So Taiwan has already experienced repeated cable incidents. A layer on MIM approaches, for example, the UAV identifying vessel from above, the USV patrolling protection zone, the AUV maintaining seabed baseline, and the ROV inspecting after an incident, gets Taiwan the faster detection and stronger attribution. Third, and this is the policy core, I will emphasize this, the procurement has to be scenario-driven. Taiwan needs a joint maritime common operational picture, linking cutters, sensor, AUV, ASV, AUVs on shared data standards. With Navy, Coast Guard, intelligence agency, telecommunications companies, port authorities on board. It needs hardened communication, command, control, and assume GPS jamming and contest spectrum from day one. And the Navy and the Coast Guard USV will only matter if they come with the training areas, maintenance capacity, operator pipelines, and joint exercise under realistic CSAT conditions. So my conclusion is the unmanned maritime system gives Taiwan an asymmetric layer, letting it detect earlier, document more efficiently, and protect critical infrastructure, and impose higher costs on a much larger adversary, without matching that adversary vessel for vessel. So what I introduced for this international practice can inform our concepts and our testing standard. But Taiwan's own geography, CSAT, and threat environment have to define the final architecture. The task now is to move from buying platform to building like architecture. I hope this is helpful, but thank you everyone.
Thanks, Casey, for sharing his point of view. Yeah, I think those suggestions should be helpful for our government to deal with the gray zone activities. And the third panelist will be online panelist. Yeah, so the third panelist is the director of the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center, University of Haifa. Dr. Shevel Chorev. Dr. Shevel Chorev is a retired admiral of the Israeli Navy. So let's have the speaker, Dr. Shevel Chorev, share his view on this topic. So please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm sorry that I can't attend personally the meeting. Currently, I'm speaking from Israel. So I'm speaking about the strategic value of an expendable, equipable, unmanned vehicle. We can see what is the value of this by what the First Lord of the British Admiralty say. Unmanned vessel whenever possible, manned vessel where there is no choice. So that is the tendency today to say, and the reason is that you can see the development of the underwater market, current trends, and it is increasing all the time. So speaking about it, we can see that it touched the underwater warfare system market. It touched AI-powered rapid expansion of autonomous, both in naval modernization and all these disciplines and area. It gives us a very good example why we have to, to deal and to take this approach. Looking at the British Navy, you can see that not an expensive ship equipped with various underwater vehicles can do a job that usually many ships are doing it. So the increasing operational mass is deploying a fleet of underwater vehicles by a very not cheap but not sophisticated vessel that can empower this approach. Speaking about the mission, when we are speaking about asymmetric deterrence and denial, employing small, risk-worthy underwater platform enabling weaker naval forces to continuously monitor and limit the movement of a high-value enemy submarine. In the picture, you can see the passage between Greenland, Iceland, United Kingdom, and it is between the Norwegian Sea and Atlantic Ocean. So usually the pathway that the Russian submarine is going through it. So using such an autonomic drones, such as the US Navy Orca, they can operate challenging areas, improving NATO real-time tracking of Russian submarine. Another issue is very now intensive is how to deal with the minefield that can be, this picture show you a suspected minefield in the Hormuz Strait, and to deal with it with a manned vessel, it's a complicated issue. And by the right side picture, you can see the Double Eagle ROV that can take such a mission. And if we are looking in this suspected area here, it can give us the information without using a manned system. The variety of this underwater vehicle, you can see it in this slide, and it gives you a very big opportunity to deal with various disciplines and aspects. The cost and the risk of this, I think that when we are speaking about the regional submarine, it's a massive capital investment. Looking at the Colombian, looking at the Los Angeles, looking at other submarines, it's more than $1 billion to produce this. And when we are speaking about the time that it takes to do it, it's a long time. And when we are speaking about the platform that we speak about, underwater platform, the cost is very small, and you can use it. And you can see here the advantages of operational strategy. Submarine as solitary stakes, primary challenges, limited endurance, energy. And when we are speaking about the unmanned platform, we are facing currently two main challenges. The first one is the endurance, and the second one is navigation and communication. But we should look at these challenges and improve it and to try to design it. Another issue is how to operate a mixed navy and manned and unmanned platform. And I think that the optimal solution for submarine is manned-unmanned teaming, naming that you have the platform, and from this platform, you can deploy a lot of UAV platform. So this is a doctrine. You have to develop such a doctrine. But the tactical advantages that you reach by deploying such a strategy or operation is very big. When you look at the submarine, there are two options. First one, to use the torpedo tube launch to deploy as presented here, the Remus 6020. And the other option is the dry dock, because sometimes when you are speaking about a big underwater platform like the Orca, it can't be launched from torpedo tube. So there are two options to do it. So to conclude it, the strategic value of an expendable, single-use, and retrievable, cheap enough to risk unmanned vehicles lies in their ability to flip the cost exchange ratio of modern combat. And I mentioned it's not only the cost, it's the time also that you start to design, that you start to build. It takes you sometimes more than 10 years. Rather than relying solely on a multi-billion-dollar platform, military use mass-produced, software-driven drones to overwhelm enemy defenses and protect human lives. But to maximize operational efficiency, manned-unmanned teaming strategy should be adopted, because it's not only technology, it's also doctrine. And I think this is the time to put some kind of emphasis how to develop this doctrine, overcoming the problem of endurance, communication, and navigation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Shaw Schreiber, sharing his point. Dr. Schreiber suggested a unmanned teaming is the model to deal with the maritime threat. So next panelist will be Peter Holliman. Peter Holliman is the founder and the CEO of the Biosphere Dynamics. Peter Hounihan is a scientist, strategist, and explorer working at the forefront of the biodiversity of the ocean. Yeah, let's have the Peter Hounihan share his point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and great to be here. Thank you again. I want to echo everything that my colleagues have said about the invitation and the hospitality this week. I think I'm going to provide maybe a different perspective, and also it's nice going later in a program where you have an opportunity to listen to all of your colleagues and maybe add from a different perspective. A lot has been shared about maritime domain awareness, about different technologies, about different challenges, and I hope to add onto that while also sharing that we could approach emerging technologies and ocean governance from many different perspectives. And I think what I'm going to share, especially from a unique background as an ecologist, as a photographer working in tech and innovation and diplomacy, the tech needs to work and the governance needs to work, and they need to be able to work together. And a lot of my work over the years has, throughout my life and throughout my career, has focused on that very much. And I want to talk a little bit about this being grounded in fieldwork around the world, working with local communities, working with governments, and everything in between. And in particular, over the past couple decades, working across vast and remote areas of our planet, from the Amazon to the Congo, Borneo, to islands in the Pacific, islands in the Indian Ocean, and elsewhere. And initially, a lot of my work as a scientist was focused on the complexity of these ecosystems. And, you know, more and more over the years, I kind of find the irony, but also the fittingness of being an ecologist by training quite appropriate, because ecology is the study essentially of interactions of organisms on a landscape. And it's all relationships. And, you know, over the past couple days, everything we're talking about is the complexity of the world that we live in, and the importance of relationships, collaboration, and cooperation. And certainly, you know, the ocean covering the majority of the planet requires similar complex solutions, and many of the species on the planet do not abide by lines or policies that that we impose upon the planet. And a little bit of what I'll talk to later on is possibly the application of treaties like the High Seas Treaty, BBNJ, that are coming into effect earlier this year. But also, I think, a lot of lessons learned. Much of my career has been leading expeditions around the world, working to monitor, manage, and protect the planet in different ways. And when technology comes into play, I think a lot of times it's very easy. I could sum up my entire talk of how we're deploying tip and cue approaches to UAVs to monitor the ocean. But it skips a lot of steps along the way in terms of that collaboration and cooperation with people on the ground, with coordination, with access, permissions, working with governments, working with communities. And that's all assuming that the tech works. So much of my work, a few of my colleagues mentioned the lack of focusing on the tropics. So much technology around the world for the tropics has not been developed in the tropics, and so it often doesn't work from the very beginning. But then it's a matter of getting out there, and capacity building and training is also another key aspect. What I will be talking about is some of our work in Palau, but many island states around the world have very skilled personnel, but are limited by the number of people. And so many people wear dozens of hats. And so it's how do you equip people to enhance those capabilities and add more tools? And throughout all of this, much of my work has been monitoring biodiversity, monitoring the environment, monitoring the planet around the world, across every continent. And what we often resort to, and what many people have already mentioned, is going to the sky. And for a long time, this is the way that we have approached this for such vast areas, whether by helicopters or by planes. And across the ocean, obviously, it's much more vast, and that becomes an even greater challenge. over the years, though, I think I've poured a lot of my frustrations from how difficult and challenging this can be, combined with the urgency of all the threats we face, with especially if we are to talk about the planet itself or biodiversity. There are a lot of urgent timelines that we're trying to achieve with 30 by 30. How can countries scale up 30% of their land and water by 2030? A couple of years ago, it was monumental when the majority of countries in the world adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework, but then it becomes a challenge of how do you do it? How do you actually map, manage, and protect these areas? And so in my former capacity at XPRIZE, overseeing our biodiversity and conservation work, it was really focused on how can we accelerate technologies for this purpose across entire national parks, entire countries. And that's, in this time, obviously, connectivity, satellites, capabilities like Starlink and drones have progressed considerably. And in this process of advancing the ways in which we can deploy sensors, the capability to be able to do this across that scale of national parks, MPAs, countries, has come a long way. But this then gets into the governance side of, a lot of people then ask, well, how can you actually navigate flying drones in this sense, or is there the willingness or commitment? And so from working in small states like Singapore with extremely congested airspace and very strict drone laws, to Brazil with the incredibly vast areas and willingness in this sense, it's been a matter of working across these different areas. And I think that's, when it comes to tech and governance, it really requires that kind of collaboration and cooperation. Throughout all of this, and some of my colleagues this morning mentioned, as well as our keynote from Deputy Secretary Tuvalu, also the integration of local, indigenous, and traditional knowledge and wisdom. And I think as we focus on navigating solutions in the Pacific, that's also quite central to how we navigate the way forward. All of this is to say, a year ago when I launched Biosphere Dynamics, the focus was really on how can we bridge this gap between so many technologies that exist today and the implementation at a country scale, whether it's to help countries enhance and advance new protected areas or to better monitor, manage, and protect existing ones. And so much of what I just shared with you was also terrestrially biased. And when I brought this up at the UN General Assembly last year during a SIDS high-level event, it was the president of Palau, President Whips, who mentioned, this all sounds great. What are you going to do for the ocean? You're committed to the ocean. We've worked together for years and have a great relationship. And so I asked the question of, if we were to do this monitoring at this scale, what would be the greatest challenge? And unequivocally, he pointed out IUU fishing and the difficulty of monitoring an entire exclusive economic zone. And so in that time, with that commitment and willingness, we've really advanced our approach with Palau in a whole of government approach to enhancing their maritime domain awareness. And there are many different ways and tools that my colleagues have mentioned that many countries have access to, a lot of great satellite platforms and tools that provide excellent awareness. But then beyond that, the concern, not only in Palau, but in many island states around the world, has been the boundaries of their EEZs. And the awareness is great, but then how can we follow up and better understand the actual activity that's going on hundreds of nautical miles away? So Palau is not very far from here, but is a large ocean state. And we signed a partnership earlier this year, specifically on deploying long endurance, long range UAVs to reach those boundaries of the country's EEZ, and ultimately provide an example for other countries for adoption, as well as approaches for the High Seas Treaty for BB&J. There's a lot of excitement around what can be done with High Seas MPAs, but admittedly, it's a big question mark of how do we do this within our own national jurisdictions, let alone beyond. And so here's just a snapshot example. There's this is not time-stamped or anything, but an example from colleagues at Skylight, there's obviously Global Fishing Watch, Starboard, Sea Vision, dark vessel detection. Many countries ingest all of these different platforms, or many of them, and what we're often dealing with is satellite images like this. Obviously, they can be enhanced, or better satellite imagery can be collected, but then obviously a lot more information would be ideal to have. So what we're currently doing right now is testing out new capabilities, deploying long-endurance UAVs that are flying over 7-8 hours, covering hundreds of nautical miles one way, being able to collect that additional photo and video evidence, especially of illegal fishing activity, for the country to actually be able to make informed decisions. And so that's currently underway. There's initial testing and whatnot going on, and it's exciting, but that's probably the extent of a few of those angles that I can share right now, beyond just the general tip and cue workflow of being able to understand through different satellite analytics, even with colleagues like at Skylight and their new Shippy application, which is to really generalize it, is essentially a ChatGPT for maritime domain awareness within their platform. There are many different ways to go about this, but with the Republic of Palau, we then discern together which activities they would like to go collect more information, and that goes directly back to their maritime, marine law enforcement, Ministry of Justice, Office of the President, to kind of build out a little bit more robust understanding of activity in their EEZ. And as I mentioned, this kind of takes a village, and so throughout this process, it's been a privilege to bring together many different colleagues across, the satellite analytics and aerospace engineering, as well as the ocean policy, law enforcement, different sectors, to really develop a fit-for-purpose solution for our country. And so this is just a little bit of a snapshot of how we're going about it. It's literally just underway this year. And specifically also how we can deploy vertical takeoff and landing UAVs from patrol vessels, from remote islands, and ultimately be able to strengthen the country's overall maritime domain awareness. So I think I'll probably wrap it up with that, but also, beyond Palau itself, there's a lot of great interest throughout the Pacific. When this was shared, many countries around the world reached out saying we have obviously exactly the same challenges, and we'd love to collaborate. So I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit, and the request to share from a different perspective of how to kind of organically build these solutions together, and I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Peter Hardiman sharing his personal experience. He suggests the detection of the ocean environment or activities, and operation coordination are quite important to protect the ocean resources. Next panelist is Dr. Benjamin Branding. Dr. Benjamin Branding is a research fellow for the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. And let's have the speaker, Dr. Benjamin Branding, share his point on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Just hoping for myself. Okay, it seems to be working very well. The topic that I would like to address today has to do with the maritime actors and the maritime assets that China is deploying in the first island chain. So we know that for the past decade, at least, China has been reinforcing itself. I mean, actually 2 decades, by building the Navy, by building up also a unified Coast Guard and the like. But beyond those actors, actually China has been fielding more and more actors using more and more techniques. I will not have the time to go through everything, but just very briefly, through my research as part of my PhD, I was able to list 350 means of aggressions used by China. 350, covering area denial, hybrid warfare, and gray zone tactics. Today, I'm going to be much narrower because we only have 10 minutes, but I hope it will be of interest, and I'm happy to give this contribution to enlighten everyone about the true extent of China's actions. So first, the more I go to the left, the more it goes to the right. No, it's not. Okay, so let's start with the actors that everybody know. The PLN, the CCG, and the maritime militia. So these are known by everyone. But what does it mean for the Coast Guard or for the maritime militia to be militarized, for example? So we know they have been included under the People's Armed Police, which responds to the Central Military Commission. We know that a law has been passed authorizing the use of lethal force by the Coast Guard. But beyond that, in practical terms on the ground, what does it mean? Well, it means for the Coast Guard to be delivered with corvettes, frigates, destroyers, cutters, up to 12,000 tons. So this is what, in real terms, it means to be militarized for a Coast Guard. Beyond that, China also has been developing its amphibious capacities. So this is what they have today, and this is what they are seeking to develop in the coming years. It looks a lot, it's actually a lot. But for example, when we talk about those scenarios of an invasion of Taiwan, it wouldn't be enough. But my personal assessment is that they would need 2 to 2.5 times more than this to make it a guaranteed success to attack Taiwan. And actually, they are building more and more ships. But another number is of interest. Some newspapers, some think tanks publish those pieces where they say Taiwanese army is 88,000 men. China's army is 1.3 million men. So it's a done deal. It's already achieved. I don't agree with that statement. First of all, you need to maintain a minimum level of troops in the bases to make them work. Then you need to maintain troops with India, maybe a little bit with Russia. And in the end, at best, you can probably mobilize 500,000 men in Fujian and Guangdong. But 500,000 men doesn't mean 500,000 combatants. There's logistics, communications, Navy, Air Force, electronic warfare. So maybe at best, they could field 100,000 men or 120,000 men in the assault waves against Taiwan. This is a 1.5 to 1 ratio, when attacking an island requires 3 up to 5 to 1 ratio. So already we see this kind of limitation. And even 120,000 men, those ships are not enough to bring them to Taiwan. So I don't mean by saying this kind of thing that China is a paper tiger, but there's limitations even to what China can do. But more frightening for me is that all those means that you see, it's still bugging. So 2 slides before, again. Good. So all of the means that we saw are just for the PLN. But we know for a fact that the Coast Guard of China and the ground forces of China have been tasked by the High Command to develop their own capacity, amphibious capacities. And on top of those, we also have the civilian actors, the Blue Force. So we may end up with a multitude, if ever there was indeed an attack in the future, we may end up with a multitude of actors, and we have no idea how they're going to work together. So again, it doesn't make China a paper tiger, but it gives food for thoughts about how they would manage such an operation. Then, now that we have clarified a few things with those militarized auxiliaries, let's move on to the civilian and paramilitary auxiliaries. So here, for example, on the map in green, you can see all of the territories and countries whose territories have been visited by hospital ships of China. And China has a very big hospital ship fleet. They have 17 such vessels, and they go all over the world to give allegedly free of charge medical care. But then there's nothing free with China, because those medical care, or the free of charge cameras, free of charge policemen, free of charge highway, free of charge hospital, and so on, it may end up in this country switching allegiance from Taiwan to China, or to vote for China at the UN, or to vote against a text against Chinese interests at the UN. There's multiple ways to monetize this kind of help. So these are the culprits, at least some of them. So research vessels, hospital ships, logistics vessels turned into Patriot cruise or Patriot tourism vessels, the Ghost Fleet of China, and the like. So here are just a few numbers about the Ro-Ros, for example, that could be mobilized, or the civilian vessels. Up to 7,400 deck cargoes could be mobilized. It doesn't mean it's possible. It just means that they made preparations for being able one day to do it. We also heard about those L-shape and I-shape civilian blockades built by the maritime militia of China. Actually, for quite a long time, I didn't agree with CMSI in the US, who said that the maritime militia could mobilize up to 8,000 ships. I thought the number of 2,000 was more believable, but here, to be able to mobilize 2,000 in just the East China Sea, it really made me reconsider my numbers. So no, I quite agree with those estimates. Beyond that, just one, let's say, exotic action done by China. Patriot cruise and Patriot tourism, just in the South China Sea. Every year, you have those logistics ships for the Parasols or the Spratlys transformed into Patriot cruise or Patriot tourism vessels. And they tour the South China Sea, and they stop at regular intervals, Scarborough Shoal, James Shoal, and so on. And every time they stop, they will do what we might find it ridiculous personally, but for them, it counts. And every time they stop at one of those features, flag-raising ceremonies, horse-swearing ceremonies, dropping of sovereignty markers. And when they end up going back to the Parasols, they bring Patriot tourists, Chinese Patriot tourists, by boat and plane to take those photo ops with inauguration of a new sovereignty marker, for example. So they do a number of things that go beyond the normal realm of what people know for China to do. More seriously now, about the subsea cable sabotage, it was already well addressed before by my peers, so I will not extend on the topic, but it's a fact that Chinese vessels have been demonstrated, either Chinese ship, Chinese captain, Chinese crew, Chinese something, or a combination of the three have been identified in operating in the areas of the subsea cable sabotage in the Taiwan Strait, in the South China Sea, in the Baltic Sea. Then the research vessels. Those two have been addressed earlier, but I would like to precise one thing. Based on UNCLOS, it is legal and lawful to deploy research vessels in another country's EEZ, but you have actions to be taken. You need to warn this country, you need to declare where, when, what you are going to do. You could also share your research, but we know for a fact that Chinese research vessels, they never announce themselves. They never give any detail about what they're doing. They just come and go as they please. And then we know that they never share their findings, whatever they may be. We know that they position themselves sometimes near subsea cables, and we don't know what they're doing. We know that they deploy undersea hydrophones for intelligence purposes. And we know that they take photos and videos of sensitive sites. They capture telecommunications, they map the seafloor in high definition, they measure the salinity of the water, the oxygen of the water, the speed current of the water, all things useful for submarine operations. So this is what they do. What they should do, they don't do it. And what they shouldn't do, they actually do it. Now, and I'm sorry in advance, it's going to be dense, but I'll have to make it quick. Beyond what you saw, the military or militarized auxiliaries and the non-militarized auxiliaries, we also have a growing number of prototypes over the past few years. So you will see 3 maps in a row like this one, with years and facts and numbers. Be careful, because not a single date, except one exception, is before Xi Jinping arrival. The land reclamation, the militarization, the drones, the buoys, the prototypes, everything is from Xi Jinping arrival in power. So here we are about different kind of prototypes, and it will show you that the Navy, the Coast Guard, and other actors in China are investing a lot of money and efforts in developing a lot of platforms and prototypes. It didn't yet transcribe into an actual capacity. It really remains at the prototype stage. There will be 1 of these, 2 of that, maximum 3 of each. And it goes really in all directions. Ekranoplans, leg barges, maritime militia vessels whose hull has been painted white with the mentioned China Coast Guard. So it's not a China Coast Guard vessel. It's not a China Coast Guard crew. They're not doing China Coast Guard missions. But if you go after them, they will retaliate like if it was a Coast Guard vessel. And finally, on the lower right end, the fact of turning cargoes into artillery platforms with tracked artillery, self-propelled artillery, MLRS, and battle tanks. Beyond that, you all probably saw this Arsenal ship with 60 missile tubes, 2 Gatling guns, over-the-horizon radars, flare launchers, and a ramp to launch drones. And it can probably do electronic warfare and other things. Beyond that, we have the sort of D-Day artificial ports, which can measure up to 850 meters, so a near 1 kilometer long, and that can accommodate up to 5 ro-ros at any given time. So, and just the size. Look, this is a photo of the smallest of the 3 types of barges. The smallest one. It's just 110 meters long. It can go up to 185. Still, however impressive it may look, this kind of things has no roof, no air defense. It's very slow. So to deploy these kind of platforms, you would need a near absolute air-enabled superiority. So it might not be as impressive as it looks. Then we have electronic warfare barges. We have 3 of them. We have 7 floating radars near Hainan. We have 2 giant aquaculture cages in the Yellow Sea, and 23 decommissioned oil rigs in the waters near the border with Japan in the East China Sea. And they are not exploiting gas, they are not exploiting oil, they are not doing anything actually. They are just there, sitting, 23 of those in a row, and that's it for the prototypes. So, I will need help to just go 2 slides before. So here we are toward the end with the buoys. So here you can see that the efforts of China go along the first island chain and beyond, in the Pacific Ocean, in the Arctic Ocean. So here we have the buoys of different types, from the 3 to 5 meters we had prior to 2020, all the way to 15 meters in width, including 2 in the Arctic that were detected, one by Canada, the other by the US, right at the right place and time near American submarine exercises. Just officially, it was for measuring the melting of the ice shelf, but at the right time and at the right place for the other activity. Also, between Hawaii and San Diego, we have 7 giant buoys in the international waters. Again, what can we do? It's perfectly legal. So that's one of the issues that we have. But there's buoys near Senkaku Diaoyu. There used to be a buoy near Okinotorishima, buoys near Taiwan, buoys in the West Philippine Sea, buoys everywhere. So these buoys, the lower part is the 3 to 5 meters, and above is 10 to 15 meters. And of course, these buoys are covered in sensors, below waters, above waters. There's a number of very advanced systems on them, but yet, and they are being developed in more and more numbers, in more and more places. And finally, about the drones, there it's much more concentrated. It's more South China Sea, the Java Sea, and the eastern side of the Indian Ocean that they were deployed. And surprisingly enough, the yellow model, the wave glider, the Sea Wing, sorry, there's been about 20 plus such drones being captured by fishermen, by Coast Guard, or just stranded on some rock. And China never ever asked them to be returned, as surprising as it sounds. When the US got one of their drones captured by China, they asked this drone to be returned immediately. But here, 20 drones lost, don't care. And those drones, just like the buoys, they are not being deployed by the Coast Guard or the Navy or the Maritime Militia. They are being deployed by some obscure research institution vessels, whom 80% of them have been deemed suspicious by CSIS because of their past affiliation, ongoing activities, or by the institution who gave the boat, who serve for this kind of research. So here we have surface drones, subsea drones, and hybrid drones. So hybrid is the top left corner with a surface part and a subsurface part for the same drone. Beyond that, top right is the XL UUVs, measuring up to 42 meters in length. Bottom right is the only photo I could find of the self-advertised Chinese subsea cable sabotage drone that is supposed to go up to 3,500 meters in depth. And last slide here about surface drones, including motherships. So those motherships of the Jari family, they all have a cabin, which means they may have up to 4 ways of commanding them. Putting a man on board, or men on board, putting men and AI in control, or remotely controlling them, or putting a mission in their system, and they will do it automatically and just go back to port. But on top of this, they are capable of carrying their own drones. So drones carrying and deploying their own drones. So here we see on the top left that there's an helicopter drone, the maroon shape, But eventually, this JARI surface vessel can also deploy its own surface and subsurface drones. And to the right is actually civilian drones. It's a port in Shanghai that is developing different kind of prototypes to deploy drones, air drones. And we don't really know what they intend to do with it. We just know that there's about a dozen prototypes of drone carriers being developed there at this port. And so for the sake of time, I will finish in the next 30 seconds. But I would like to share with you that however surprising, amazing, frightening, or else it may be to see all those platforms, I'm personally not very impressed or frightened yet. As I said, there's a maximum of 3 models of each prototype, maximum. Most of them is 1 or 2. There's no coordination between the different Chinese actors building those prototypes. There's no attempt at industrializing those prototypes. And it looks more for me like some kind of signaling, both ways signaling toward the neighbors, signaling toward their own population, or even signaling toward their own authorities because you know that since the maritime militia and the Coast Guard have been militarized, they don't have their independence as they used to. They don't have their independent budget as they used to. And in the context of heightened competition, economic difficulties, there may also be economic difficulties within those institutions. So they compete between one another to secure the budgets, to gain face, or to keep face. If it's a gain, it's obviously at the expense of their little friends. But so far, it hasn't transcribed into any capacity. So between what we see and what they really intend to do, just like for this arsenal ship, what do they think they can do with it? You can identify it miles away. It would probably be the first target in case of a high-intensity conflict. So it looks impressive at first, just like the barges. But I would personally not take it as a direct threat for the moment. And I will finish here.
Thanks for Dr. Benjamin Broding to demonstrate the China ocean superpower. Yeah, but I think the time is almost coming. The lunch time is almost coming. I think please give the applause to all panelists here. Yeah. So that will be end of this session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Professor Chen, and thank you to all the panelists. Again, we would like to invite you to take a group photo on the stage to remember this event. And also, Dr. Korev, we invite you to also join the group photo as you are on the screen. So please smile at your camera. Thank you. 好，我们邀请主持人还有与谈人，同时也邀请我们在线上的讲者一起参与这个合影。Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, let's give our moderator and panelists a round of applause to thank them for their insightful and informative sharing. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our morning session. We will now break for lunch. For distinguished guests, please follow our staff to lunch venue, and our afternoon session will begin at 1:20. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们早上的议程呢进行到这边圆满的告一个段落，非常感谢大家的参与。那么接下来呢是中午用餐的时间，请各位在场外领取餐盒，然后再回到会场内享用就可以了。我们下午的议程呢会在1点20分的时候开始，也邀请您准时入座。谢谢大家，我们待会下午见。 Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon will begin shortly. We would like to invite you to please take your seats, get ready, and turn your mobile phones to silent mode. Thank you. 各位来宾，我们下午的议程即将开始，在这边呢，邀请大家准备入座，同时呢，也提醒您，请记得将手机转为静音模式。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin shortly. Once again, we would like to invite you to please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the forum. We hope you all had a good lunch. 各位来宾，欢迎回到我们论坛的现场。那么接下来呢，我们要进入的是今天的最后一场专题——青年赋权，要来讨论的是海洋外交以及参与式决策。And moving on to our final session, empowering the youth, ocean diplomacy and participatory policy making. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Guo Jiayou, founder of the Taiwan Digital Diplomacy Association. 我们这一场的主持人是台湾数位外交协会的创办人郭嘉佑。那么接下来呢，为大家介绍本场的语坛人。Let's now introduce our panelists for this session. We have Mr. Leon Ritter, founder of Sato Industry. Associate Professor Jia-In Chong from National University of Singapore. Dr. Sana Hashimi, Fellow at Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. Dr. Yushi Morioka, Senior Researcher at Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology. Dr. Abe Wu Xiaoping, Deputy Director of Center for Marine and Coastal Studies at University Sains Malaysia. And Dr. Ria Lambino, Director of the Future Earth Center of the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature. Thank you very much for joining this panel, and we will now hand the floor to our moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our last session today. It's about empowering the youth and how the youth can participate in the ocean policy and decision makings. And I'm very honored to have this discussion with such an outstanding group of panelists. And in today's sessions, we would like to discuss about like the ocean policy, how the youth can engage more, and when we are talking about the ocean policy, usually we think about fisheries, like ocean biodiversity or security. But today we want to discuss one of the most important questions today, that how can the youth not only be the beneficiaries of ocean policy, but also the people shaping it. And in today's session, we would do Q&A. And if any panelists are feeling like to answer the questions, you can raise your hands because we know we have a very different or diverse group here. We have international organizations, leaders, and we have marine scientists, and we also have NGO workers and researchers. So I think today's question we will focus more on the community resilience, technology, and about the youth engagement and ocean diplomacy. So please feel free to raise your hand when you feel like to answer the questions. Okay, so let's start. And the first questions I would ask is a very broad questions, just for all the panelists. What do you think is the biggest obstacle have you ever encountered when you participate in ocean governance? And what is the big change that you think that make the big difference in the past?
I guess I'll start, doctors. Thank you for having me, and thank you to the hosts. This has been a great first visit to Taiwan. I was told as we were walking into lunch there would not be live translation from Spanish, so I'm going to do my best to answer the question in English. I think the question here is not just how to engage youth, but how to develop future leaders, because the idea of conservation is not just what can we do today, but what will those future generations do.
大家好，感谢海洋委员会，给我机会来这边大家做会。那我知道我们这个翻译有点辛苦，然后可能吃完午饭，所以我会就是用不同语言切割，因为你们翻译钱都付了，所以可以用好用满这样。哦，还以为把那个麦切了。Thank you to the Ocean Affairs Commission for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. To cut to the chase, apart from keeping our translators on their toes, there we go. I think the biggest obstacle that I face when talking about ocean governance is because it goes too smoothly, often because I'm talking to people who see things in a very similar way. That's why we're all here. The question is, of course, is how to bring these discussions to a broader platform to engage more people. I suppose this is where the youth bit comes in. They don't need a middle-aged man to tell them what to do. They're all very capable. But I do think to sort of provide the kinds of issues that we've talked about, about submarine cables, about safety on the seas, about the marine environment, to sort of try to provide more platforms for people to engage and sort of use the data themselves. So data transparency is great. To have events, competitions, hackathons for youth to sort of get involved with these kinds of things, and to also engage their peers. I think that would be a place to start.
Thank you, Jaro. And this is my third time coming back to Taiwan International Ocean Conference. And I always say it, I say it in private, and now I'm going to say it aloud. Ocean Affairs Council is one of the most global ministries, departments in Taiwan. And you just look at this stage, you look at the audience, and you realize that there are people from all over. It's just not that Taiwan is engaging people from the Western countries, but also from Southeast Asia, from Japan. So I really commend them for their remarkable job, especially at this conference. And thank you for also including me. So when we talk about youth engagement, when we talk about what role youth could play, I think it's used very loosely. And when we talk about youth empowerment, and it's just not youth, it's also women. There's a lot of tokenism involved. So are we really including them? If we just keep using it without any action, it just means nothing. So I feel excess is very different, power is very different from being present. There are a number of youth-driven dialogues, there are a number of youth camps, but what comes out of it? Nothing comes out of it. So I do believe that we need to be more action-oriented, we need to be more serious about how to engage youth in all the aspects, not just in ocean governance and ocean diplomacy. So I think the very basic answer would be here that we have to just move away from tokenism. And it's just not that we are sitting in a high-level conference and only policymakers and diplomats could decide how the country is going to be and how the future of the country is going to look like. If we are not including stakeholders like women, like youth, who are the future of anything, climate change, ocean. So I don't think it's actually being inclusive. So inclusivity, tokenism are the words, phrases that we really need to pay attention to.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you so much for the Ocean Affairs Council's organizing a very wonderful event. And regarding the questions, actually I asked the same questions at the early career ocean professionals in the Asias when I was a representative of the ECOP Japan under the UN Ocean Decade programs. And most of the ECOPs, early career young youth, considers like job security, employment is first high priorities, and followed by some like lack of the funding sources and times. And the third place was like a lack of the network or something like connection to those stakeholders or policymakers. So in that case, I'm very excited to join this Ocean Forum. This is a great opportunity, not only for us, but even the youth here in this stage to connect to the policymakers who have lots of knowledge and experiences. So we should have this kind of like Ocean Forum, not only for the high-level peoples, but even for the youth forum. I think that in the future, it happens. Okay, that's my comment.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for also, just to echo again, the thanks to the Ocean Affairs for the invitation. We're very happy to be here. Allow me to I just wanted to quickly jump into Sana's point about tokenism, because on the one hand, it is a barrier. But I think we have great examples already of where youth, especially engaging the youth in kind of different policies or different seats on the table. So for example, in the Philippines, many of the fisheries aquatic resources management councils already have representation of the youth. So there is this kind of inclusive approach is changing in a way. That's just one. Also in different regional fora, there are a lot of examples being created at the moment. And even internationally, many of the UN processes already have kind of these types of engagement for the youth. I guess the real question really is to really become a bit more institutional and to really give them the actual power to make concrete decisions, to make votes in terms of policies and the like. And it's very important, I think, that the youth voices are heard because they're the moral. They give us gives the moral voice, and also because they have a lot of energy. They are very creative. They can challenge the norms, and so it's really important that we have them these voices at the table.
Thank you. It's always nice to be last. You collect all the information. No, thank you, Ocean Affairs Council, for the invitation and the opportunity. I think the world do not lack of opportunity for the youth. That's very sure. The door has been opened wide enough. Opportunity is there. Now the challenge is, how do we meet at the middle ground with our youth? Giving them a space to talk, I think they have a lot of avenues that's been given. It's just how do we include them into the conversation and making them heard and taking their points as an important part. Living in this world in the next generation, when we are making the policy, is them. Though they are the biggest stakeholders in actual fact. But policy making nowadays has been just thinking about now. But in actual fact, we are making policies for them in a very longer term. So putting that in mind with the policymaker nowadays is also very important. Not just saying, hey, youth, why are you not responding? Why you do not want to come? Why you are not? Sometimes they are there, just not enough mentorship. some mentoring is needed, and then bring them on the table and really not just heard, but taking seriously on their thoughts is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your sharing. Sorry for starting with the difficult questions about the obstacles. Yeah, and many of you, you mentioned that the ocean governance should not just be like policymakers sitting in a conference room. We should be more engaged with young people, and also through institutional like mechanism, maybe to give them more power to really have the power to change the policy. Yeah, and my next question would be like, before we empower the youth, what kind of trainings or knowledge you think we should build, like we should help them to build up? If any would like to answer, you can get the mic.
I think this is a very important question because it's also one of the most basic questions, but we do not really focus on basics. So that's why it is important. Of course, training and empowerment is one of the most important steps, but how do we deal with it? As also my Malaysian friend mentioned about, there is a lot of opportunities for youth that are available at multiple levels. So I'll give you an example. Last year when in Nice, there was UN Ocean Affairs Council that took place. There was also a youth-focused 24-hour innovation program that happened. So this is just one example how we could include youth at higher level. But of course, we are talking about the UN. Not everyone has access to the UN. So even if there are youth-related programs, how are these youth being nominated? Of course, through local channels, national chapters of UN youth program. But I feel that we cannot just rely on institutions, groupings like United Nations or multilateral organizations, and even for ministries like OAC to impart or empower youth. We could start at multiple levels. But I think the first ground should be, of course, school and universities. Are we focusing on ocean governance there? Are we focusing on telling them about the importance of ocean? Ocean is a global common, and this is something that we've been hearing since yesterday. Even though this is such a basic fact, are they aware of what they could do within the ocean space? So I feel we need to be more, we need to curtail this idea that we have to start from higher level education. We could start with schools, we could have some programs. And I'm a think tanker, I have been a think tanker all my life. We also have certain programs for youth empowerment, and I'll give you one example that we do. I am a part of Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation, that is a Taiwan-based institution to promote ties with South Asia and Southeast Asia. Every year we do this summer camp called South CSAT, Southeast Asia, South Asia Youth Camp. So we get people from the age of 18 till 30, 35. We also have to identify when do you stop becoming a youth. So I feel we also need to focus on who are the youth, what is the age group. So I feel that this is one of the problems that I have seen when looking at the youth program, that there is hardly any uniform age. So in the CSAT program, what we do is to get people from South Asia and Southeast Asia, we bring them together, we give them platform, we give them topic to talk about issues. Of course, we do not talk about ocean governance, we talk about NGOs, grassroots issues, but then perhaps OAC or a university here or think tank here could start an ocean governance think tank. But another example that OAC did, and I think yesterday also someone mentioned, and it was one of the most important steps of how to incorporate youth within such high-level conferences, is that now we have Maritime Genie. I really like this Maritime Genie concept. So how they are coming here, interacting with people from different backgrounds and learning more about what Taiwan is actually doing in the ocean sphere. So these are just some of the examples. So I feel it has to be multi-dimensional, it has to be multifaceted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana. I think you're perfect for these questions. Is there anyone else who would like to share?
So what I'd add is, I think one of the things, this applies to youth, it applies to everybody else, is when we talk about basic knowledge, one of the things that we've seen, I think, cross-generationally is now there's a lot more awareness about the climate, about the environment, that has come because of changes in curriculum. So that, I think, is one aspect. But beyond that, if we take the sort of climate stuff as a reference point, we also have a environment where information is a lot more contested, there are competing narratives, and this applies to everything from climate and environment to ocean governance. So this is where, you know, the problem is perhaps that we have too much information in some ways, but not enough facts in the sense that everyone can interpret things, but I think some of the basic facts that are out there, people should have at least some sort be able to be empowered to have some sort of basic common understanding. So this is where I think when we consider governments, research organizations, you know, and in fact other NGOs, that if you have credible, verifiable information to sort of put that out there, make it more available for people so that it's not so much an esoteric conversation, so that it's not so much a situation where people can be sort of easily led off in sort of different tangents and directions, at least they have some sort of grounding. I think that would be an important first step.
I think we've all heard the expression act locally, think globally. And I think when we talk about the academics and these kids that are already there, I'd like to maybe think about going back even further. And you only protect something that you know. And so I think it's really important to start much earlier, especially in coastal communities. And I'd like to share an experience that we had right after the designation of the first marine reserve in Puerto Rico. We did a program in the schools in partnership with local fishermen and a grad student, teaching these children about what is a coral reef and the importance of them in our local ecosystem. And then these kids, we gave them art materials, and they went back and they painted all of the lessons that they had learned. And we took that and we published a book. And then they became the teachers. They would go home to their parents and their abuelas and their abuelos, and they would share what they learned. And that was 20 years ago. Recently, the marine protected area was under threat from an ill-conceived project. And those children are now the community leaders, and they were on the front lines. And we can see the direct correlation from those activities 2 decades ago, developing these new leaders. And I think really it's those stories that will make a difference, and those will become the future leaders and policymakers.
Thank you, Professor Zhang and Leon's sharing. I think the art materials is really beautiful. Even it happened 20 years ago, but it's really innovative to share our knowledge with the kids. Okay, and my next questions might go to Dr. Yushi and Abe and Ria. Because Yushi, you mentioned the job security for ocean governance. Do you think the ocean governance is already an industry, or is this provide enough job opportunities for young people to participate? And can you elaborate more about job security? And because Abe, Shuping, you have a different maybe ideas that you say there are already a lot of opportunities for the youth. And Ria, I'm interested in more in talking. Can you talk more about the how an institutions or how like cross sectors can provide the job opportunities for the youth? Thank you. Maybe we start from Dr. Yushi.
Okay, so I cannot talk about job security for ocean governance, but I can talk about ocean science and technology sections as a scientist. So I met many young, talented colleagues, even students who really pursue their profession for the ocean science and technology. But at some point, they're really struggling to find some permanent positions to seek their passions. So I always encourage them to come to our field. But unfortunately, for example, in my countries, we still a shortage of some job opportunities for the scientists or even engineers, especially for the permanent positions. So I think that's very critical, not only for my country, but also other countries, especially for the young generation to take over our roles in the future to sustain our ocean environment more peacefully. So I hope the situation will change in the futures by raising awareness of this kind of like shortage of the budget or some like positions, I think across the world. I think that's why we are now putting a lot of effort to underscore the importance of the ocean science and technology in the societies. Yeah, that's my roles.
Thank you.
That's a difficult one to talk about, job security and in terms of the ocean. Well, the buzzword of blue economy is here, right? For the past, 5 years, it's been really talked about. And that shows you the direction of where everybody's, I mean, if you have not had the opportunity to read this very good white paper, I highly recommend so. Chapter, all of this is all jobs, in actual fact. Every single chapter involves a job. And the blue economy in 2023 for Taiwan is, just quoting it very quickly, I spent some time reading it, though I'm very impressed, because I myself are drafting for the blueprint for Malaysia blue economy. So it's valued at probably 12 billion Taiwan dollars at 2023, and is projected to continue to grow. So I think, speaking from experience, is that if 30 years ago, if I tell my mom I want to be a marine biologist, as an Asian child, probably I've been whooped in the, I would not get what I want. But then again, that's the challenge of children and young people nowadays. Trying to peek in the future and try to look at what is there for them. But if we continue to think about job as job, what it is 5 years ago, 10 years ago, probably we're going to lose it. It's not going to cut it. We have seen industry change every 5 years, every 3 years. Now it changes even faster. Every 5 years, we have another boom. So we essentially cannot predict what it's going to be like in the future for 10 years. So if you tell your children, next 10 years, you should be an engineer, probably, yeah, what kind of engineer they will tell you. So trying not to frame kind of job security to our children is something important. Keeping an open mind that every sector has its job. Every sector, every skill has its place in this world, and it's very important. So I think opportunity is there, but we have always painted historical kind of view to our youth. They are not interested. They want something new, fresh. If you just keep telling them, oh, just be a lawyer, probably, sorry for lawyers, but no offense. But then again, those are the things that the youth are trying to look at. So to policymakers, if you continue to have a frame of mind that is set, then probably we are missing it out. So we need to be fluid. We need to be, energized, young, trying to just peek in the future. We cannot set the future, but we can have a peek of the future. Thank you.
Maybe just to add to that, I think opportunities, as I said, are there, but they can also be created. And young people, especially if you capture their imaginations, if you capture the drive and they're motivated, they can do something meaningful, whether it's an actual job, or it's an advocacy or something. So I think it's important that we try to capture their imagination as early as as early as maybe elementary or whatever, and then as they grow, they become the new leaders, as was mentioned by Leon earlier. And in terms of circling back a bit to your question about capacities, so these days, I think technical skills are kind of given in the sense that anyone can learn anything, right? So you don't really, you can get these things, but maybe some of the things the competencies that we want to instill in young people probably are more of, caring. You want them to care about something. So for example, ocean governance, you want them to care about ocean governance. You've got to capture not just their minds, but their hearts as well. What does it mean to them? What does it mean to live in this environment and to care for it? So I think those are important as well.
Thank you. And Sana, want to add something?
Yeah, I would like to add something to it. I think there are a number of opportunities when it comes to ocean, but I think what we need to do first is to look at ocean beyond the traditional realm. It's just not about being a marine biologist, for example, and look at ocean from the perspective of just looking at science or environment. We are in the 21st century. When we talk about ocean, we talk about ocean also becoming the next flashpoint, especially within the Indo-Pacific. We have the South China Sea dispute, East China Sea dispute, and of course we are in Taiwan, the Taiwan Strait. If you look at Chinese coercive actions, we are actually looking at what it is doing in the Taiwan Strait. So I don't think we should only look at areas that had traditional connotation to it. People could focus on issues such as research on ocean and what are the impact of Chinese activities in the Taiwan Strait on ocean. I think this is an aspect that we are not focusing on. I think we are just seeing it as a black and white. We are either looking at science or just looking at China being an aggressor. But what is the impact on the ocean is something that we also have to answer.
So if I hear Sana right, there are opportunities out there to join the maritime militia. But I mean, more seriously, I think the point is that there's a climate and all the sort of, I guess, what we might unfairly label as softer stuff, but I think in terms of the harder security kinds of issues, sometimes we have a mindset, as Abe had said, we like to shield our youth, but I think they are pretty capable themselves to sort of get them acclimatized and familiar with these issues is probably useful. They probably will have a lot to add and a lot to say. So to sort of have engagement on those harder issues as well shouldn't be an obstacle, really.
Okay, thank you for all of your sincere sharing. And if you are a young person in the state, you can read the report for more maybe job opportunities. I like the discussion. Maritime militia, yes, yes. I like the discussion of this topic because everyone is trying to provide a very practical solutions for this. And it's not only about job security. I agree. It's about innovations and how we face the challenging time and really how to cultivate young people's imaginations and how to make them care more about our oceans. Yeah, in the next question, we will go to the ocean diplomacy. And what is ocean diplomacy for you? And how do you think the youth can play a role in ocean diplomacy? Yeah, okay, Sana.
I think this is a very niche area. Who are ocean diplomats? First, we have to establish that, because of course governments do not recognize ocean diplomat. But I think it's a very serious recommendation from my side. We need to have ocean diplomat. It should be a proper designation because we do need people who understand ocean, who also understand diplomacy, and who understand how to negotiate when it comes to maritime flashpoints, when it comes to China. We are talking about China becoming the blue navy, and that too a formidable blue navy. So we do need ocean diplomats who knows China, who knows the Indo-Pacific. But I feel before we ask about what role do they even play, we have to understand what makes them ocean diplomats. And I do believe that it has to start from at the university level. We had earlier engineering, law, and all these traditional areas of study. But now we do have School of Liberal Arts where students can go and study different topics in just one course. So I think we do need to have a course that is entirely focused on ocean. There are some courses, but it's not really mainstream. It's also a niche area, and I'm a beneficiary of creating a niche area for myself. In India, a couple of years ago, no one really focused on Taiwan as such. But now everyone is a Taiwan expert. But when I started working on Taiwan, Taiwan was not so fashionable. So it's all about creating niche for youth, younger generation as well. But how do we turn them into ocean diplomats? I think it should be multidisciplinary. If we are teaching them international relations, if we are teaching them law, we have to teach them everything together so that they could apply all this knowledge into the sphere of ocean. So I do believe that it all starts with the education at the university level, but also universities need to collaborate with industry as well as the government. We need to give them internship at places that are meaningful for their longer term job prospects. We did see there were a lot of industry people. Andy Cohen is from FiberSense, who just gave a very insightful presentation. So there are a number of companies, startups that are focusing on undersea cables, that are focusing on issues that are becoming more and more pressing. So I think there needs to be more coordination, collaboration among university, industry, as well as the government.
Jadi bercakap dalam bahasa orang lain，看那个字有没有改？不，我意思就是说，应该用不同的语言跟人家去沟通，因为有时候会有不同的受众，他们可能关心的事情不一样。就譬如说这几天我听到很多台湾的朋友讲说，民主国家应该一起合作，那当然很重要，也很宝贵。不过台湾的邻国不单是有民主国家，有些国家和社会或许对于民主的感觉没有那么强烈，所以可能用一些其他的方法，譬如说比较直接讲到经济利益，或者一些海上安全，这些事情就看你不同受众他关心什么东西，用那种切入点或许会有用。
Thank you, Professor Zhuang, for sharing like the democratic countries should use more like maybe local language to share.
So sorry, yeah. So I think to talk about democracy is great and it's important, and there is an audience for that. But not all your audiences care about democracy. There are Taiwan's neighbors, for instance, for whom political systems and all that might not be the top of their conversation. They may care a lot more about how they are ordering things, so your submarine cables become important. When they order something, how does it get into their doorstep? So your maritime shipping lanes become important. So to speak the language of your different audiences, to win them over, perhaps might be one way to consider your engagement.
Thank you for the translation. Yep. And when we talk about the ocean diplomacy, and Professor Zhuang also talking about how to communicate with local people, how do you think we can make ocean policy become more localized, and how to like improve the communications of the government and the civil society? If anyone would like to answer these big questions, you can just pick the microphone.
Well, I think a lot of what we've been talking about here is maritime security and things like that. But I go back to protect what you love, protect what you know. And I think that in terms of answering your question, it's really about making sure that these people in coastal communities share their knowledge and love of the ocean. It's not a limitless resource, whether it's fisheries or the climate change, things that we haven't talked about that much here today. And so I don't know much about ocean diplomacy. I think more about ocean defenders.
I just add one point to what Leon had said, which is I think coastal communities are important. They live next to the ocean, but this has to be a collective effort. So people who don't live near the oceans need to understand that as well. So to build those coalitions would probably be helpful.
Yeah, it's a quite tough question to answer, but to me, the ocean diplomacy to empower the youth to the next level, especially the leadership levels. Actually, I had a very unique experience in my life because during the COVID pandemic, because Japan had a very strong alliance with the US, and my agencies dispatched me to the NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administrations, and I stayed 2 years to collaborate with local researchers about climate change. And at that time, our Japanese American got Nobel Prize of Physics, and I was very fortunate to collaborate with local researchers there. So that's really empower my my research activities and also in the next levels. And since I came back to Japan, I'm still continue the collaboration very closely with those American colleagues in the very high levels. So I think this is one very good, very personal levels, but examples of the very nice, example of ocean diplomacies at the country levels, even the like youth levels, I think.
So when I was in India, I used to work for a think tank, and they had a program for school students to teach them about Air Force, to teach them about security. So they had, it was, the logo of the program was Catch Them Young. So I feel that it's very important to train them even when they are very young. So, and a lot of people have said that if you are living in a coastal area, you are born with it, you're aware of it, and you also learn to defend it, and you learn to love it. But for someone like me, who was from the capital region, I had no idea about what the coastal region is supposed to be and what difficulties do they face, and typhoons and all these problems were never a part of my life. So, but I feel what we could do is, we should make it a rule that from school there should be field visits to coastal areas, and maybe some interaction with maritime police and people, grassroots NGOs who are dealing with it. Because I feel when you catch them young, it leaves an imprint on their mind. So they know this is something that they might be motivated to do and they might be passionate about. So I think catch them young should be the motto.
So I used to work with WWF and mainly working with marine protected areas. And the people who can protect and can do a lot of the conservation, the actual conservation work in these areas are those who live there. So it's their identity is embedded in that, and so they're the strongest advocates in a sense. And then from that, bringing them into the policy side, making sure that, again, this whole issue about voices being heard, making sure that they're represented and they have a seat at the table is quite important.
Okay.
Just a very short one. I always have a cheat. So this is all my cheat code here. That shows how well this document has already taught a lot of these things. Chapter 6 is maritime culture and education. So includes ocean literacy and anything that's associated to it. So one part of it, I really like what Leon said about connecting to people and connecting people to the environment itself. But be careful when we execute chapter 6 on literacy, when we institutionalize education too much. That is also another problem. I wrote in my note very earlier on that one point that I really need to talk about. It's when we talk about education, it's not, I don't like to use the word education. It's learning, it's nurturing, it's a lot of more things than just in the classroom. It's all about experiential learning. If you don't experience it, you will not fall in love with it. Therefore, there's nothing we will do about it. So it's a very important step of change. Well, you can see Taiwan is really advanced in this with their NGO and NPO kind of work with the people, connecting them to the sea. I just talked to one of the colleagues for an interview just now, 10 minutes before this session. I talked a little bit on how the loss of connection to the ocean is not just lost to ocean governance, diplomacy, and whatnot. It's just solely the loss of your cultural heritage. One great example that I always use, don't talk about other countries, that can talk about my country, what we have lost. For example, there is certain species of animal that we have a local name. Well, because of the departure of our people from coastal area moving to an urbanized area, disconnection with the sea, now you will find that those kind of words start to disappear. So if you ask them, the species of giant clam, everybody knows giant clam. Most of the Taiwanese would know giant clam. Giant clam used to be called kima in Bahasa Melayu, in our local language, kima. But those words are now, if you can see publications or when it was written, it turns to be kerang gergasi, which is a direct translation from giant clam. Isn't it sad when we have an original name, but then again we have to use a borrowed language and then translate it back to the language. So the point of mine is that ocean diplomacy's governance looks terribly big, something unreachable. But then, if you talk about engaging young people, talking to the public, connecting them to the nature itself, where they are rooted at. Taiwan is the origin where people are seafarers, very strong seafarers. You have our Pacific friends, very strong seafarers, very connected to the sea. But then again, as we depart from the ocean, we forgot our natural heritage. Then we forgot our connection to the ocean. And that actually is a very sad, broken relationship with the ocean. And therefore, we will have all this problem coming out to me. Yeah, so that's source of it.
Yeah, I think you're so right. And we've talked about it a little earlier. And it is experience. It's not just sitting in a classroom. We are, in fact, in a windowless room right now. And I don't think this would be that inspiring for the audience of the youth. But when we include all the stakeholders, and fishermen are a great example of that, they have so much more credibility and clout with those kids. If you think about the young minds and they see these brave men and women that go out and live on the ocean and depend on it, they really can give that passion. So I think the inclusion of all of the stakeholders is so important to translating that love of the ocean to the next generation.
Yeah. So to build on that, just one I'm sorry. One thing that struck me is that when I was actually a youth a long time ago, there was a speaker that went to Singapore, from Taiwan actually, and was talking about how Taiwan has no ocean culture, which now in retrospect, I found really odd because Taiwan has, as Abe pointed out, a strong seafaring culture historically. It has a strong maritime industry, whether you're doing fisheries, whether you're doing shipping. So the point here is that I think that the sea, it's not just those of us from island nations, but the sea touches us, the oceans touch us in many ways. I think is to sort of unearth that, to uncover that, and to let more people, youth, others, to understand that better. And that's maybe one area that needs a little bit more work.
I want to add to the point of experience. I think exposure is very important. And as I already mentioned that this is my third time in the Ocean Affairs Council conference. So the first year it was in Tainan. And we went to mangrove forest, and we also went to whale conservation facility. So before that, when I was writing my articles, my area is security, and when I was writing on Taiwan and maritime affairs, when I was looking at China, so it was just, I was thinking about hard security. I wasn't really looking at the impact of what is China doing and the building of artificial island in the South China Sea. So I wasn't really looking at the environmental impact of it. But I know it's very near to me, but in the past 3 years, whenever I read and I write about the impact of Chinese building of artificial island or coercive actions in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, I also somewhere, even if I don't write on it, I do think about the environmental impact of it. And I think this is a change that the exposure has done to my mind and to my writings as well.
So I think the stakeholder engagement is, I think, one of the most important elements for the implement ocean policies in the local levels. So I have also another example for the stakeholder engagement in Japan. Actually, with scientists, it's quite difficult to communicate with those local stakeholders in the easy to understand language. So I think that is one of the most obstacles or troubles, I think, when we talk about science and technology to the local levels. But thanks to our NGO, NPO, especially for the Ocean Policy Research Institute in the Sasaka Peace Foundations, help us to connect the right persons in the local communities. And then we discuss, and also we had a stakeholder meetings directories and several times to co-design and identify the most important issues that they are facing right now, and they could develop some wonderful ocean prediction systems. Looks like a weather forecast system presented this morning by In-Loans. And now spread the wars is now across the regions and even the entire country. So now we are having lots of requests from the many stakeholders involving fishermen, aqua farmers, and also shipping peoples, and also marine ecotourism peoples start utilizing those very fine like ocean focused systems for their activities. I think this is one of the most successful the stakeholder engagement I have personal experience, and also we collaborate with local government officials to make a policy brief to input in the city mayors to sustain our system forever. So I think that is what I would like to share.
Thank you for your thoughtful insights and concrete example sharings. Yes, the coastal communities, they are always, and schools, always maybe at the front line of facing the challenges. And it is also, they are also the important people that we have to communicate or to understand or learn more about them. And we know, as we know, that the coastal communities, they usually face probably tsunami or climate change or extreme weathers. Actually, everyone is experiencing the extreme weathers now. And the next question would follow up the previous question about community resilience. Like, how can the youth participate or help to build up better community resilience? I think most of you have some experience. Would you like to share with us?
Maybe just to jump into that, and also to add on to the fact that we really need to go back to kind of the roots, learn from the local practice, local knowledge of maybe our grandparents or forefathers. So I think the youth has a place in terms of documenting, trying to understand what these practices are, and could really help in terms of building resilience within the communities, especially if they're from that particular area. They can talk to their grandparents, try to understand, weather patterns, how they've traditionally tried to understand how to forecast, how to find out when the typhoon is coming and what to do. These communities have been resilient for many, many years. They've been battered by different natural phenomena. And so maybe help for the youth to try to help in terms of documenting these processes, and also trying to, especially because many of our young people nowadays, they're digital natives, right? So they have this capacity, they have this power to kind of really do advocacy as well and try to promote whatever they have in their communities. And so building on best practices, what they've experienced on the ground, and sharing and having these kind of sharing opportunities can really help sustain different communities who are affected by similar phenomena.
Good. So I live in Taiwan, and I can give you an example of how resilient Taiwan is. So resilience is just not, it doesn't come handy when we only talk about maritime coercion from China, but also it's a place where there are a number of natural disasters that happen almost every year. And when we talk about community resilience, we also have to talk about whole of society resilience, that how government, communities, and even individuals have been mobilized in an event of a natural disaster in Taiwan. So I'll give you an example. Last year, there were massive floods in Hualien. There were a number of people that were displaced. And given Taiwan's international status, Taiwan doesn't really get a lot of aid from international community, thanks to China. So what Taiwan has done, it has tried to build its own resilience. Taiwan is very self-sufficient when it comes to earthquake, when it comes to flooding, and when it comes to typhoon. We may have a typhoon tomorrow or day after in Taiwan. And I have seen a number of typhoons in Taiwan. I haven't seen a country that is as well prepared as Taiwan. And in fact, if you get to experience it, I can't even say that, oh, you were unlucky, you were just stuck in Taiwan. I think it's an experience. So if you are actually stuck here, you will be very lucky to experience how Taiwan handles typhoon, how Taiwan handles natural disaster. During lunch, we were just talking about how if an earthquake strikes here, no one goes out of their house. But when I was in India, when it used to happen, for us, it meant something bad is going to happen, building is going to collapse, you just have to go out. But that's how resilient buildings are. So last year, there was this flood in Hualien. So talking about community resilience, government did whatever it could, but people, community mobilized. In fact, there were many more people than were actually needed. And in terms of financial resources, in terms of food, there were just many, many people who made it easier and very helpful for the people of Hualien. So these are the examples that are actually not being talked about when it comes to Taiwan. So I always say that there is much more to Taiwan than China, than the US-China relations. And we have to stop looking at Taiwan through the lens of the great power competition. Because when you start living here, when you start seeing Taiwan as a country with 23 million people, you also focus on the resilience and how resilient Taiwan is and how community resilience has played a role. We don't know about the invasion, if and when it's going to happen. But I do believe the resilience at the individual and the community level that have been built would be definitely helpful if there's an invasion by China.
I think I'm hearing about resilient communities, but I think community is the resilience, and for better or for worse, that's what we learned in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. We were so isolated, and I think that feeling of isolation is something that maybe can be understood here. But at the end of the day, it really is community, and I think we could speak to technology and tools that are so powerful. But especially after a disaster, it's the little things. It's looking out for your neighbor. It's the solar lights that get distributed, and then you can see constellation of lights in your neighborhood knowing that you're no longer alone. But really, at the end of the day, community is the resilience.
Yeah, I love this quote. Community is the resilience. It's really a nice phrasing for these topics. I want to share an interesting story that about the resilience, because 2 years ago when my Swiss colleagues, they visit Taiwan, their flight was kind of hit by sounder, and they got typhoon and one of the biggest earthquake within 10 years in the same week. So there was very shocked, and it was I don't know if it is a special experience for them, but they say, well, Taiwan is really a dangerous place. Yeah, and as we were talking about coastal community, for all of our participants, I don't know how much time you have in Taiwan. If you are interested in the coastal community or fisher village, you can take the red line, the metro, the red line to the last station of the red line, Danshui. Danshui, they have some fisher culture there, and they also have some church, and we can also see the ocean if you take a bus and go to a further place. But don't go there when typhoon comes. You can go this evening or maybe probably Sunday. Yeah, thank you. And we will go to the next questions. The next questions is more about Taiwan, because we all know that Taiwan is an island, but based on my observations, I think Taiwanese young people are kind of disconnected with ocean policy, ocean governance, or the ocean issues. Do you have any advices for Taiwan that how we can engage more Taiwanese young people to this topic? Thank you.
I think that there is, I won't really say that they are not connected. I think there are certain sections of the younger generation that are connected to ocean, and also it's an island. There's a beach within half an hour from here. So as in they know what water is, they have lived by water. So I think I'm not really concerned about the lack of exposure and awareness about ocean conservation and governance. But I think when it comes to Taiwan, the bigger problem lies in how Taiwan is excluded from the international community. We have seen during the COVID, Taiwan was not included in any of the WHA meetings, so it's just one area. But then, of course, it's a collective effort. How do we conserve, how do we govern our ocean as their global commons? How do we talk to each other when Taiwan is not even included? So I think there's this gap between the international effort and Taiwan inclusion. So this is where, and even forget about government, forget about policymakers or think tankers and scholars who have been part of the ecosystem community for a long time. Even youth cannot participate if they are using the name Taiwan. So either they have to use Chinese Taipei and say that I'm a part of China, and then get to see what the international community is doing in international ocean governance and ocean diplomacy, but they're not even included. So I think the problem is not how to make them aware about ocean, how to make them aware about maritime affairs. The problem is how to make them aware about global diplomacy that is happening in the ocean domain. So I think this is where the international community and the speakers, international guests who are sitting here could help Taiwan, making Taiwan more global, making Taiwanese be a part of high-level elite conferences and platforms, because China is not even leaving 10 years old. They cannot even participate in games. So I think my bigger problem, bigger obstacle here would be that we do need to have Taiwan included in ocean affair governance, and that has to be inclusive and that has to be global.
More surfing.
They actually love surfing here. You have come to the right place.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, you know, make them go to the beach more and really create spaces and opportunities for them to have a deeper appreciation of the coastal and marine environment. And then maybe, I guess, as a provocation, bring them here to this, the next Ocean International Forum. I know that we do have some, I think, from the audience at the moment. I think those from the Genie, the Whitecaps program, some of them are here, but maybe, I mean, in this panel, I actually wanted to say, you know, we have this panel on youth, but, well, I think I'm still youth in mind, but it would be great to have young people here participating and actively talking as well.
Yes. So I repeated my remarks and again, but I think we should have some like youth ocean forum. I think, you know, for the youth, targeting the youth. I think we had one in Japan actually. That was invited many, you know, ocean stakeholders, you know, focusing on the youth, you know, with a variety of expertise. You know, I think that is a great opportunity to discuss across the disciplines expertise. You know, to focusing on some same topic. For example, my case is climate change. It's but not necessarily related to the ocean science and technology, but also we need to consider some stakeholders and others in ocean policies like that. This is how I realized the importance of the engaging the different stakeholders and also disciplines, you know, to address these complex intertwined issues, you know, maritime issues, you know. I think that's why I would like to suggest to organize this kind of ocean forum for the youth in the Taiwans.
Yes, yes. In Taiwan, we have smaller youth ocean forum, and also we have. I mean, my association have brought around 8 young people to Indonesia to exchange some ocean policy last year. I think the problem in Taiwan is that because the resources for the youth are a bit limited. How can we enlarge the participations for more young people to the ocean governance? I think people's interests are there, just they don't get they don't know the information, or they don't have the opportunity, or they don't have the approach to participate in this kind of events. So yeah, let's hope for more resources for the youth in Taiwan. Sorry, Professor John will speak first, and then I will sum up.
So I think one thing they don't need is an old middle-aged person like me talking to them. So, and sort of more engagement, it would be great. But I do wonder, actually, Chayo, about where your questioning comes from, in the sense that I'm not entirely sure that youth in Taiwan are disconnected from the seas and the oceans. I mean, you talked about programs that you've done. Clearly, there's some interest, and I suppose maybe it's not about looking at what the state does. Taiwan has a very strong, vibrant civil society. Maybe that's where, and many youth are involved in it, right? So maybe that's where you want to look rather than the state. But I don't know. I'm not Taiwanese. You would know a lot better than me.
To answer these questions, I think the conception comes from because there are some diplomatic allies of Taiwan are also ocean countries. There are islands on the Pacific Oceans. I think many Taiwanese people are not really, we don't really know about war in this country. And also even we live so close to the sea, but the activities on the seas are, I mean, is enjoyed by a group of people, but not the majority of them, because the Asian parents, they are always worried. So our parents would tell us, don't go to swim in the ocean. The only knowledge I got for the ocean in my education experience might be swimming class. So that's why I have this conception about the lack of knowledge or disconnection of Taiwanese young people.
Right, but it's in some ways everywhere. How do we keep the lights on in this room? Where does the oil and the gas and oil that you use to power, where does it come from? Taiwan doesn't produce much of it. It comes from the ocean, by shipping, right? So it's there's lots of connections that way. And I think the thing with the Pacific, it's one of these issues with many states, not just Taiwan, that a lot of our attention is so more focused on major actors that sometimes important but smaller partners, Taiwan will feel this, I think, quite a lot, get easily overlooked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, I think we are asking the wrong questions. We are talking about youth, but then as countries also, we have just started focusing on maritime issues that are not security issues. As in from my own country, there are a number of maritime security conferences, and also at the government level, we have Indian Ocean Dialogue, then we have IPRD, Regional Dialogue. We have a number, and we have a think tank that is primarily focusing on maritime security issues. So we have a number of dialogue that focuses on security issues. It's a very recent phenomenon that we are actually also focusing on issues that are not security issues when it comes to ocean. And I have my colleague from a think tank called Observer Research Foundation from India, and they have recently started doing a conference called Sagar Manthan. So that's ocean conference. So there they hardly talk about security, but they talk about issues that are impacting people who are actually living there, climate change, environmental issues. So I feel we always conflate security issues versus environmental issues when we talk about ocean governance, ocean diplomacy. So I think we need to be very clear about what we are talking about, why we are talking about, and what is our agenda. And Ocean Affairs Council is doing this conference, but of course there are just 2 days we are covering security issues, we are also covering governance. So I do feel that we need to pay attention to issues that are also important, like climate change, environmental issues.
I think one of the most successful, hello, there we go. One of the most successful youth engagement programs that we've seen in Puerto Rico is water quality testing and turning these young people into citizen scientists. And when they test the water quality and the results are bad, they are outraged. And we're talking about how to empower them, how to make them policymakers. This is something that they do every week, and a program that could be easily implemented here in Taiwan with very little effort.
Yeah.
I think there is no lack of youth connected to the ocean. And I'm pretty impressed with Taiwan, actually, in many sense. I have visited I just checked, it's called Keelung Marine Science Museum. Has anybody visited it? Have not visited it? So Keelung Marine Science Museum impressed me because they have an entire section for children to learn where their seafood comes from. That's how you connect people to the ocean. The most basic thing, for all you know, your children will say, fish comes from the market. That's a very sad thing. Yeah? And it's true. I mean, you can test it out. I have tested it out with a lot of school children. You will be surprised. But this example tells me that there is no lack of effort by many stakeholders in Taiwan to really get people connected to the ocean, to really understand the ocean, and to participate in conversations about ocean. So this one example, it left a very deep impression on me, because there I do not just learn what the sea is learning through cooking. So basically, you catch the fish, you skin the fish, you cook the fish Taiwanese way. So that's how I learned so much about seafood industry in Taiwan. So it's the best example of how you get connected to young people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all the advices. I think the Ocean Forum will take it. And yes, building more emotional connections might encourage the young people to care more about ocean policy, ocean governance. Because of the time limitation, I think it's the time to open to the floor for the questions. If any of you have questions for our panelists, please raise your hand and kindly introduce your name and try to keep the question brief for us to include as many participants as possible. If you have any questions, you can raise your hands and ask our panelist. Okay, probably, yep.
Thank you. Great panel. Tom McDevitt, Chairman of the Washington Times. Taiwan is known around the world as the epicenter of the AI revolution in some ways. You have a great brand, great content coming from that field. How does the panel feel that connecting youth to maritime issues connected also to the whole AI area where young people spend their whole life in a way, not their whole life, but you know what I mean in terms of the digital environment. How does the digital environment connect with what you're trying to achieve? Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I think for Dr. Yuri.
Yeah, the use of AI for maritime issues is inevitable, right? So now we are under the pressures, the development like ocean AI agent, especially in our countries. So in the near future, I think we are expecting more and more AI agent, something like not human, like a humanoid, telling us some stories, some risks, ocean risks, or even any action you should take under the, like climate change, etc. So we are now under the development phase, but the problem is, this morning, Andy talked about like AI is ready. I agree, but the problem is that we're still facing the shortage of data that can be fed into the AI. Ocean data is significantly lacking compared to other weather forecasts or other data set. So that's why I'd like to stress the importance of the ocean observations using the variables like measures such as satellite, even research vessels, even the floating buoys. Still, we don't have sufficient data to train the AIs in the next decade, I think. So we have to encourage, especially for the policymakers, to understand the importance of the data, to feed into the AIs to tackle those maritime issues. That's my current understanding of the ocean AI agent.
Great question on the rise of AI versus a very traditional maritime kind of industry. It's not really traditional, but I mean, AI has been applied. The AI word is just a big buzz nowadays, but in fact, in terms of ocean science, modeling has been used for many, many years, and it's some sort of artificial intelligence. But with the computing power that we have nowadays, we could have done things that we can't imagine it can be done 20 years ago. Therefore, Morioka-san says about data. 20 years ago, we have a lot of data, no computing power, can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. Now we have enough computing power that we can predict things very nicely now, but if we have that edge of more data, we can do much more prevention, much better prediction, and it could save more money. So investing in sort of data collecting sometimes is very difficult for countries. What's the use of more data here? It's just very difficult to justify. But when it is applied into great computing power, now it builds into a system that you can prevent the loss of even more resources. So that's one thing. But I would like to add also, that's very important that I wrote this. I'm sure somebody's going to ask AI, so I wrote this. But application of AI, we have to then, again, to remind our young people, not the danger, but sort of take a step forward for AI, but don't forget the soul of humanity. Application of AI is a double-edged sword. It can be used to harm, it can be used for the good of humanity. But if we lose the soul of looking human as another human to person from Puerto Rico, and the basic respect of a human being. Probably AI rise could meant a lot of harm in terms of our maritime security, in terms of many other challenges that we're going to face. So do not lose the soul of our humanity is one thing that we may have lacked talk about. We talk about so many things about these 2 days, but ultimately, you know, human-to-human relationship. At the end of the day, climate change and everything, we have done so much things. At the end, we just want to save humanity, isn't it not? Climate change do not destroy Earth. It's just an effort for us to keep our species continue and alive. So that basic thing that we may have to remind ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, yes, Professor.
I just add one little thing. I think there seems to be also a distinction between the sort of AI and the sort of more traditional, if you will, approaches, but they're deeply integrated. I mean, we've been spending the past day talking about submarine cables. When, you know, how does your data travel? How do people make purchases and financial transactions? That's, you know, and feed and, you know, help fuel the, you know, semiconductor industry here. That's when people have purchased semiconductors, you know, they often go out by plane, right? So your air routes that go over oceans, that's maybe traditional, but that's clearly connected to the to the AI semiconductor industry here in Taiwan as well, and also gives the world a big stake in you know, keeping the area stable and safe and accessible to all.
Yes, we do need more data and humanity for AI training. And I think you can kind of go back to Ria's answer in the discussion. You talk about young people can help to documenting the local communities or the coastline, what is happening right now, maybe to train the young people have more insights about how is the connections of the documenting data with our AI models might be useful for them in the future. Yes, and let's go to the next questions. Is there any audience would like to raise the questions here? Okay, oh yes.
So as maybe one of the handful of people in the room who is under the age of 30, I'd like to take the panel on youth back to a question about youth. So I run a non-profit. I have a friend who has run for parliament at 20. I have another friend who's run a startup. I think as the panel mentioned, there's certainly no shortage of ideas and engagement from young people, but one thing we're lacking is funding. So I was just wondering where the panel sort of thinks or suggests that young people go to find funding to scale up their ideas and engagement and take their seat at the table.
Yes, these are very sharp questions. Is there any, yeah.
As a think tanker and as someone who is in academic, we have no funding. That's the thing that we keep are very concerned about. I think we work a lot, we hardly get any money. And when it comes to initiate any program, as in think tanks do not really have a lot of power. And so are universities. I think we are kind of tied when it comes to funding, but I think government should play a bigger role. Governments are the only stakeholders that have the money, and of course industry, but most of the programs would be agenda driven. But I think industry should also take up the frontline role when it comes to empowering youth, and specifically in ocean diplomacy and ocean governance. But I think governments are not doing enough. There are just ministries and of course, bureaucrats think that they're the only ones who could resolve issues, and we academics, think tankers cannot really contribute as much, even though our articles are read by them. Policies are being influenced, so I feel that there needs to be more awareness about the work of people like us and people like you who are working for the NGOs. And I think one suggestion that I would have for the government would be that maybe they could also team up with the university and they could form a program that is specifically focused on one aspect of ocean governance and diplomacy, and maybe they could have regional youth ocean fellowship and scholarship. but it should be for over a couple of years so that they actually become expert. So the idea should be how to make youth more ocean aware, and that should be the start point. Then maybe they could be ocean enthusiasts, and from there advocate. And the last step should be that they become ocean diplomat. So how do we make them talk is something that only government can do, and I think this is where their roles are very important.
So you get two friends to pay you, and they each get two friends, and multi-level marketing schemes aside, funding is an issue for everybody. It's a big challenge, and I think it is a bigger challenge for people. Funders like to look at track records. So younger people with short, because of time, there tends to be a discount on their contributions, unfortunately. But I think things can be done. States, of course, are one source of funding, but I think foundations that do look at education, do look at particular kinds of issues can, I think, consider ways to sort of have particular sort of areas for younger people to apply. And the other bit here is an information problem, which is even if there are opportunities for funding out there, sometimes these are tremendously difficult to find. So here's where some innovation can come in to have some sort of platform where you can sort of look, people can go to, and the platforms could cluster some of the different funding streams along different issues. That can lower some of the barriers to entry, not all, they'll still be there. I mean, this is unfortunately, more looking at some of the symptoms rather than sort of the more fundamental issues. But I mean, I guess these would be places to start, apart from multi-level marketing schemes and scamming. You could also write someone an email about, bad advice from me.
Yeah, so I also want to encourage to be part of networks, because networks can build credibility, whether it's a national or regional. There are many youth networks that are sprouting out all over. So if you can find like-minded networks that you can be part of, then that kind of enhances that. At the same time, another kind of venue could be looking at impact investors, especially if you have ideas that are, can be transformed into something very useful down the line. There are a number of impact investors, whether they're local or also private, even the banks. Some of the private banks also have kind of impact investing as well. So you could look into that as well.
Very, very short. Funding is a problem many years ago. Funding is a problem nowadays. Funding is going to surely be a problem in the future. There's no lack of problem of funding. 20 years ago, I've been hearing this 20 years ago. I'm going to hear this for the next 20 years, for sure. The access to funding, and we are actually at the generation where funding for youth are at its max. Correct me for anybody who is, including myself, above 40. Funding for youth, this is really the time of the peak. There is no lack of funding for sure. It's just tapping into the right funding. Where do you ask for your funding? Those are very important. Don't worry, keep working. If your work is a very strong one, a good one, funding will land on you. Just trust the process. If you do it right, it will come to you. I've survived. I mean, most of the panels here, I'm sure have some money, so they are all very well. So we did it. I'm sure the next generation will come up with even better than us, faster than us. Yeah?
You'll be getting an email from me about how your package is...
Thank you.
about your package is being stuck and you need to pay me.
Impact fundings, philanthropy, there's no lack of... I'm sure there is no lack of them. You just have to tap the right thing. Thank you. Sorry.
So very quick answer is we should have some fundraising event or matchmaking event between the users and also stakeholders. I think that's it.
Okay, so I guess we have to finish our panel discussion with founding discussion here. Or maybe any of you would like to give advices to the younger generation for the final, just to close this panel. Just one sentence for our advices for the young people. Yeah, okay, we'll end with Sam.
Just very briefly, I think ocean and the world will be a better place if youth are included. And youth is the future. And if we need to safeguard ocean, we need to focus on the youth.
Okay, thank you all. And today I think
No.
All right, we have more time for you. Maybe 3 minutes.
I think there's no advice from people who have wrecked our youth, and I think keep doing things that you believe in and get it done, do it right, keep disciplined. Those are the few things that will ensure the sustainability of our maritime security and all that it matters to us. Protecting what is right and believing in what you believe in is a very important part, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, protecting what is right. And I think today's discussion is really great because we cover a lot of solutions and practical discussions. It's not only about the challenges. And we also see that the ocean governance is not only depends on like governance or international organization. It also depends on the young people who are willing to take actions today. And thank you all for today's discussion. And thank you all the audience for joining us today. And I hope this panel will inspire some maybe international corporations or maybe new ideas in the future. That's the last session for today. Thank you everyone for joining it. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. We invite you to take a group photo on the stage to remember this panel. Thank you. Please look into our photographer in the center together. And once again, we would like to thank our moderator, Ms. Guo, and all the panelists for their engaging and insightful discussion. 在这边呢，要再一次谢谢我们的主持人，还有所有的语坛人，为我们带来这场非常精彩的对谈。Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. Please take your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the final session of today's program, we have witnessed the rich exchange of perspectives and also ideas throughout the entire forum. And these conversations have deepened our understanding of the challenges ahead and also highlighted the importance of continued dialogue and also international cooperation. 那么呢，在接近我们活动的尾声，我们在这边呢，想要特别希望可以借助大家的双手，来谢谢所有工作团队的辛劳付出，让这2天的论坛可以顺利的完成。A very big thank you to our staff and also conference team for making this event possible. Thank you. And as we proceed to the end of the forum, before we conclude for the day, we would like to invite Deputy Minister Song Cheng-en of Taiwan's Ocean Affairs Council to give us the closing remarks. 最后呢，让我们邀请海委会宋承恩副主任委员为我们致闭幕词，为这2天非常精彩的论坛做一个总结。让我们用热烈的掌声欢迎副主委。
Thank you very much, Angela. Thank you all for sustaining to the end. And in the past 2 days, we have a wide range of scope of topics. And although it's essentially concentrated on security, but we also covered other maritime issues, including resilience, environment, climate change, and youth empowerment, and technology, and other things. And we hope that we also had experts from more than 17 countries, and a number of more than 50 speakers, and of course participants even from worldwide, globally. And we exchanges honestly about the best practices, establish experiences, and those actions has already been taken in the various systems. And we also propose for new ideas about new proposals for actions based on the previous experiences. And even more importantly, we had exchanges our ideas on strategic outlook, especially in the face of changing global situations. I want to thank everyone involved, especially the experts and speakers, which made our dialogue so fruitful. And especially I want to thank you for the very, very open attitude that you took to confront issues very pressing for us in a very forthright way. And we had candid exchanges on the changing strategic environment, for example, answering about how the US is taking the current global situation ahead and why we should approach the US attitude from a more systematic and strategic viewpoint. And we have also identified some weaknesses and the lack of actions in other jurisdictions. And thank you very much also for not letting Taiwan alone. When we share our challenges around our waters, especially from the Coast Guard perspective, you told us very, very clearly that you are not alone. Taiwan is not the only victim about these gray zone operations. We also identified challenges faced by our partners and allies, including externally, like what we had in Europe, in Ukraine, and in Indo-Pacific and the Pacific. But we also domestically about narrative, propaganda, and cognitive warfare. Those are problems faced by democracies, and ocean governance and maritime situations is an essential element to it. And thank you for sustaining until the end to show us by your action that ocean matters are widely shared. It has the depth is critically important for humanity at the current stage, and we should better ourselves, not only in security, but more widely in global ocean governance. And no less importantly, we build networks. We have gathered you around, introduce yourself, and allowed some platform for you to share what you have achieved and what you are wanting to say. And I hope that through these actions, we can make new friends and kindle old friendship. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues in the OAC and also our great partner for Taiyi companies who work so diligently and in such a great number to serve us very, very carefully. Thank you so much. And I want to thank all the speakers, keynote speakers, presenters for your candidate sharing and bringing your expertise to us. Thank you. We hope that the OSC will continue this forum, and we hope that we can have you again to Taiwan and to Taipei, maybe to Kaohsiung, which is our base, and maybe we can having more delve into other aspects of ocean governance. Let this forum serve you as at this critical time and in Taiwan to serve the international community of knowledge and experts and partners of democratic countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Deputy Minister Song for these great remarks. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes 2026 Taiwan International Ocean Affair. Thank you once again for your participation and contributions in the past 2 days. 各位来宾，2026台湾海洋国际论坛所有的议程进行到这边圆满的告一个段落，非常感谢大家这2天的参与。Please remember to return the interpretation headset on your way out, and don't forget your personal belongings as you leave. Thank you once again for your support. Have a great day and a wonderful time time in Taiwan. Thank you. 在这边呢，也特别提醒大家，离场的时候，请记得归还头部口译设备，取回您的证件，也不要忘了您随身携带的物品。谢谢大家，我们下次见。
you.